Do you know?
ルセット。
I don't know how to transition. Whatever.
注意事項です。
The goal is just to finish this game and to not think about it anymore after
主
that.
画点。
Where is it? Hello? Wait. Where is it? You could just replace Mahjong stream with that personality game. You do realize that I could just do both, but in separate streams. Where is the game? It's because of 9-9 that this is happening. It's up to you. Let me... I've been forgetting to watch that. Bro! What do you mean? Why is it not capturing it? Well, there might be another reason. Except the fact that the thing is, you heard the audio of the game, which means I opened the game up before I started streaming. Oh, there it is. It only took 5 minutes or so. But either way, last time on episode 10 of your 9-9 series. Oh, so you're almost caught up. You just need to finish episode 11. And then when I post episode 12 on Monday/Tuesday, depending on if you're on the Patreon or not, which you are, so it's on the Monday, or your Sunday. Very confusing. But, yeah. Either way, we don't care about 9-9. We care about SST to somewhat of an extent, because I don't like having visual novels that I don't like having visual novels in my library that I've started and haven't finished. Especially to the extent of going all the way to a route and finishing the game. Finishing one route of the game. It's the same thing with My Klutzy Cupid, but, you know, when I went back to that game, I had fun playing it. This game, yeah. Thanks for the hydrate. And the stretch. But either way, last time, I forgot what happened. Other than the fact that I remember Aro being a bitch, but she's always been a bitch because she's incredibly hostile towards Crow for no apparent reason and won't explain why she hates Crow because she's a woman. But either way, that's enough rambling on. I just realized why I just realized why it doesn't show the chat. Why I just realized why it doesn't show the donation messages on the activity feed up to my left on OBS, because I checked a box that shortens the messages, but I don't want that. I had a hard time trying to type out Happy Maya when I didn't know how to spell it. But either way, we don't care about that visual novel. We don't care about Angelic Chaos. We don't care about 9-9. We don't care about Hello Lady. We only care about finishing this game so that we can move on to future radio. Is it a bad thing that is it a bad thing that I'm extremely vocal about my boredom when it comes to this game? Probably. But, you know, but people aren't watching me play this game, so, well, compared to MML, which is a better series. Let's do Refined Me next stream. Refined Self, I guess. It's an interesting looking game for a personality test. That is literally what it calls itself. So, yeah. But either way, enough rambling on. Let's jump right into it, shall we?
続きからです。読み込みますよ。ロードしました。おはようございます、クロウさん。
Likewise.
お休みも大事ですけど、やっぱり朝はこうしてケーキの焼ける香りが煙突から漂ってくるのがいいですね。掃除したばかりだからか、なんだかいつもより香りがもっと美味しそうだと小町は思います。心が躍っちゃいますね。なんなん？眠そうですね。
Sorry. I was up all night reading a history book.
図鑑？昨日ショコラちゃんが読んでいた？
Yeah. I figured reading it would at least help us get on the same page.
何の図鑑でしたっけ？文字がいっぱいでよくわかりませんでした。
Yeah, this is the law route where we learn about. Why am I blanking on the name? Fueya. Yeah, the town. It was an encyclopedia covering various local historical sites and folk tales.
すごいですね。文字がいっぱいなのに。
I'm just going to ignore that. See, this is why she's best girl. She also puns.
それで何か調べてるんですか？
Basically, we're looking for a wish-granting diamond.
素敵ですね。見つかりそうですか？
No comment.
そう。
Hmm? Vera, good morning. I mean... Ah!
あれ、予想よりはるかに面白くない反応が返ってきた。お疲れみたいですから、あまりちょっかい出さないでおきましょう。昨日お休みしたのに全然リフレッシュできた感ないね。
Sorry, girls. I think having the day off might have backfired a bit. I ended up wanting to do too much yesterday.
今日も休む？クロウくんが辛いならいいよ。
I mean, at least it's better than most workaholics, where they have a hard time relaxing on their day off. He found too many things to do on his day off, so I guess it was the same thing. But when I'm referring to workaholics not being able to relax on their day off, it's referring to their work. Crow, he was focused on something that was completely unrelated to his work. No, that's okay. I'm worried I'll get rusty if I'm away from the kitchen for too long.
クロウさんらしいです。
What, 2 days?
じゃあ、僕たちは学校行くね。早めに帰ります。
Alright. Have a good day, you two. Mero and Corey head off to the campus. Whoops. Doing my best to stifle my yawns. I wait for opening time. I'll wait. How do you like that? Since I've already finished getting the store ready, I passed the time skimming through that encyclopedia. This isn't looking good. Probably shouldn't.
ごちそうさまでした。
The pleasure was ours. See you again soon. Probably shouldn't be looking through the encyclopedia on the job during work hours. Fortunately, my drowsiness faded as soon as I started interacting with customers. Thus begins another busy day. He's in customer service mode at the moment, so he can't show any tiredness.
こんにちは。
This is new outfit, Chocolat. Hey there, Chocolat. Oh, well, no. It's just been a while since we've seen it. Chocolat strolls in right around 2 p.m. That's odd. Usually she either comes in the morning, or if she has culinary school, she won't get here until around 4 o'clock. Given that she's in a uniform, it must have been school day today, but she's still here 2 hours earlier than usual.
早くクロウさんに会いたくて急いできました。あ
I see.
あ、手伝います。
Having already changed into her work clothes, she quickly comes behind the counter to help serve customers. We don't have very many customers at this time of day, though, so we end up standing around chatting before long.
それで、どうですクロウさん。この街のお話はどれも面白いでしょう。
Yeah, I had some trouble. I had some trouble following along with the law because I was tired, but I powered through it. Yeah, it sure is. It didn't take long at all for this topic to come up.
本、どれくらい読みました？
I read the whole thing, more or less.
全部？一晩で？おー、クロウさんも気合い入ってるですね。
Yeah, it's like me when I binge a whole manhwa and sacrifice my sleep so that I can't stream the next day. Huh? Was reading the whole thing in one night not normal or something? When I hear the word encyclopedia, I think like a thick ass book. So no, I don't think it would be normal to read it in a whole night. In one night.
どう思いました？願いを叶えるダイヤ、この街にあると思います？
I'd say the odds are about 50-50.
50?
Well, the stories describe Whistler's Valley quite clearly, so I think there's plenty to be gleaned from those. Regarding the diamond itself, however, that's more open to interpretation. Even if it does exist, it might not be the treasure or precious jewel we've been imagining it as. As for its wish-granting properties, I think that part's just folkloric dramatization. Logically speaking, it's just way too fantastical. There's no way a jewel that grants wishes could actually exist. I don't know, maybe it's like a fucking Corey situation where the snow fairies are just something that she makes for Meru. So, I don't know. That's how I feel, at least. Chocolat, on the other hand.
私もそうは思います。でもやっぱりできれば叶えてほしいですね。お願い事。
Even the pure soul, I'd say it's just like her to think that way. Anyway, it's important to remember that we don't actually need to find treasure here. All we need is to find something that she can show her mother. To that end, we should concentrate on the search first, and think about the results once we actually find something.
いらっしゃいませ。
Never one to cut corners, Chocolat gets back to work as soon as a customer arrives. She's only helping us out of the goodness of her heart, but that doesn't stop her from giving her all each and every time she's here. Well, in this route, she's incentivized to because she likes you. The other routes, yeah, I guess. After everything she's done for us, I'd really like to return the favor. Since we're all here, I have some good news to share. Good news to share. Once everyone had gathered in my room, I decided to bring them all up to speed. I did some research on the wish-granting diamond last night, and I think I've narrowed down the rough location of where the exchange between the fairies and the townsfolk took place.
What? え
うちの煙突に金貨が落ちていたので、それをもとにお話の真偽を追うということは昨べ聞きましたが、たった一晩で？
Right. So I should have clarified that, running on multiple assumptions here. Right. So I should have clarified that, running on multiple assumptions here. As Chocolat was saying yesterday, Fue's folktales contain plenty of geographical information, all of which I'm assuming to be true. So, running under those assumptions, I believe I've identified where the diamond exchange took place.
私も昨日一日考えて、でも頭こんがらがってしまうのでできなかったです。クロウくんが一晩でやってくれました。
クロウさんはやると決めたら本当に真面目ですね。
I do feel like I'm a fairly obsessive person. You don't say.
記憶を失う前は考古学者とか？
妖精さんだよ。
妖精の秘宝的な何かしら呪われたお宝に手を出して記憶をなくしたとか。
妖精さんだって。それでその場所というのは
Anyway, the park.
病院の近くの？
The very one.
あんな町外れでですか？
Yeah, see, that's the interesting part. During my research last night, I discovered that the park was actually the primary gathering place throughout Fue's history.
集会場。
Here, let me show you what I mean. If you look at how Fuea developed, I start sketching out a general top-down view of Fuea while I explain my theory. If Fuea was built around the river that runs through its heart, the park too sits on the river's edge. Just by looking at the layout of its streets, the history of the town's development becomes clear. Most of Fuea's major roads lead directly to the riverside, and up to the park as well. There's little doubt that it was built around that park, which doubled as an assembly place. Historically speaking, if there was ever an important meeting involving the town's leadership, it definitely would have happened there. I glance over at Chocolat, only to find her looking utterly befuddled. Holy moly.
すごいですね。
Comparatively, through the other girl's reactions, comparatively though, the other girl's reactions are far more exaggerated.
自分が住んでるところなのに街の作りなんて考えたこともなかったよ。
こんな考え方もあるんですね。目から鱗です。
Well, yeah, they haven't really needed to consider it. Arrow and Corey excitedly examined the map I drew.
ふむ。なるほど。ここに道があるからこの辺も家が集まってるんだ。
見てください、メルさん。このお店がある地区ってすごく古くからあるみたいです。
They both seem very interested in this town's history. Yeah, but they lived here, bro. What do you expect? Which is all well and good, but what do you think, Chocolat?
はい、すごいです。
I'm back, bro. You took 20 minutes. BRB real quick. 10 minutes later. Why is she making that face then? You don't hear that. I spilled some noodles, bruh. Go back. What'd you miss? Crow spent all night reading an encyclopedia. Told Chocolat that he spent all night reading an encyclopedia, and now he's talking to the girls about where the most likely place to find the diamond would be, which is the park, which was apparently the gathering place for people in Fuea back in the day, because the entire town was built around the park. I was trying to make PB&J. Where the fuck did you... Why the fuck did you have noodles then? But yeah, now it's like Meru and Corey are surprised about the revelation that the whole town was built around the park, which makes sense because they've lived in the town since their entire life. My sister left the dried noodles in the box open, but they weren't. So you knocked over the box, is what you're saying? It's like, it's not like they were left out. It's not like they were left out on the counter and then, oops, I knocked it off the counter by accident. Right. They're in the cabinet. So what you're saying is that your sister pushed the box into the cabinet. There wasn't enough room, so she closed the door quickly so that the next person to open the cabinet would get a box of dried noodles fall on top of them. No. Well, that would have been funnier. It was my fault. No, that's not going to look good on your resume. Speaking of, how's that been going? Oof. Oh. Why is she making that face then? Did I do something wrong? It's weird. Why is she making that face? Eventually, it was decided that Chocolate would spend the night here again. The Dunkin' manager wasn't there. No, well, yeah, I know that. But did they book you in for another interview? As such, I've been relegated to Corey's room again. Thanks for letting me sleep here, Corey. No. Right. So, how does that work? I was automatically done online straight after the interview. So I have to call them. Have you?
いえ、クロウさんはメルさんと違って部屋のものを漁らないから平気です。
I was never in contact with the manager in the first place. No, I've been waking too late. Oh. Right.
漁ってないですよね。
No, of course not. Why is she doubting me all of a sudden?
まあ、タンスの中を見るくらいならいいですけど。上から2段目はダメですよ。
I'm sure it's fine, Corey. I won't be looking through your drawers, and I never planned on it.
2段目の下着の段、奥の方に隠してあるフリフリのは、お園さんが冗談でくれたもので、私は一度も履いたことは。
The workers said that the manager leaves at 1. So you're saying that you haven't accommodated your sleep schedule to being able to actually call the manager before 1. You've been waking up after 1 every day since. Please calm down, Corey. I fucked up my sleep schedule. Okay. I do that too. She just gave herself away.
では、おやすみなさい。
Wait, what is she talking about? Look through it and see a particularly strange pair of stockings. Osona gave those to me as a prank. A prank? Same to you. She leaves the bedroom. Yes?
どうしました？
No, sorry. Even though I wasn't doing anything suspicious, Chocolate's voice caught me completely off guard. Did you need something?
はい。もう少しこれの話がしたくて。
She holds up a piece of paper with the map I drew on it.
あっちの部屋はメルがうとうとしてるので、こっちでいいです。
Of course. With that, we resume our discussion from earlier. I begin to re-summarize my findings from last night. Despite it just being a repeat of our prior conversation, however,
クロウさんはすごいです。
she sounds just as thoroughly impressed as she did earlier. Her expression, meanwhile, looks just a tiny bit sad. If I recall correctly, she was making that face earlier too. Is something the matter, Chocolat? You seem a little down. She hesitates, seemingly unsure how to respond.
私にはわからなかったので。
You're not that smart, Chocolat. You're a bit airheaded.
昔ママに言われたのです。私ロジカルな考え方ができないから歴史の研究には向いてないって。
Chocolat, I could have told you that after the second time you got stuck on the roof, alright?
ママについていろいろな国へ行きたいって思ったのに、それで連れて行ってもらえなくて。
You know, the first time, plausible deniability there. Also, Crow got stuck on the roof as well. He fell off and lost his... and got amnesia. So, he can't really blame you for that one. The second time, though, you know... I see.
クロウさん、一晩で分かっちゃって、それはすごいことで。
True, because he was also sleep deprived.
私も同じことできたらママについていけたかなって。
Suddenly, the conversation takes a depressing turn. Here I thought I was helping her, but in the end, all I did was dig up some of her past trauma.
前に聞きましたよね。願いを叶えてくれるダイヤに叶えてほしいことはって。頭を良くしてくださいっていうつもりでした。
I see. Poor girl. I had no idea she was dealing with any of this. But frankly, I think she's plenty smart as it is. Not only is she very knowledgeable about cakes, she also never forgets something after she's learned it. The only caveat is she can sometimes struggle when it comes to developing and applying the knowledge she has. But she's still fairly young, so I'm sure with enough time that can change. You really love your mother, don't you? At the end of the day, she's just a girl who wants her mother's attention and is frustrated that she can't get it. At some point, she discovered the existence of a wish-granting diamond. And now, for the first time since Chocolat told me about that diamond, I finally understand why she's so obsessed about finding it. It's not that she's hoping it will grant her wish. Not in the slightest. Rather, the very act of finding the diamond and thus solving the mystery of this town's history is Chocolat's wish. Because in doing so, she'll finally get her mother's approval.
クロウさん?
It's a way of validate. It's a form of validation, you know. Sorry, I was just thinking that we really need to find that diamond.
どうして?
Because once we find it, you'll be able to travel with your mother. It might be hard. It might be hard to see each other if that happens, but I still think it would be for the best.
それは違います。私はもうパティシエになりたいので、クロウさんのケーキが大好きですので、この町にはずっと残ります。
Yeah.
クロウさんがいるから。
That's close to a confession. I see. It looks like my fears were unfounded. Thank goodness. Though, of course, if she ever actually did want to follow after her mother, it's zero intention of stopping her. There's only a month left until your mother comes to town, right?
はい。もうちょっと短い3週間とちょっとです。
Alright. We'll make sure we find that diamond before then. Or rather, you will be the one to find it.
でも、私、
So if you don't find the diamond, then I guess you're not cut out for this. But don't worry. I'll help you. If we're searching for it together, I'm sure we'll be able to find it. Even if you aren't the most logical thinker, it's perfectly fine. I'll help you with those parts. Then, when we find that diamond, you can ask for whatever wish you desire. First things first, we need to actually start looking for it. I'm sure she'll learn how to think logically as we go along. Focus on the result you want, first and foremost, then figure out how to get there. That's how it works with cakes too, right? Just like that Everest-sized cake made for those children recently. How we baked, it wasn't important. What mattered is that those kids were able to have cake with their beloved teacher. I can't believe they related this back to the fucking shitty-ass orphan cake that they've made for a last-minute order that shouldn't have been a thing. The way forward is clear. We're going to find that diamond, or at the very least, we'll unravel this town's folkloric mysteries. Help make those orphans a family. Excuse me? Whatever we came up with, we'll share these results with Chocolat's mother. Because right now, that's what Chocolat needs the most of all. Validation. Uh-oh. I'm starting to feel kind of sleepy. What? Wait.
眠いです。
Never mind. Yeah, sorry. You know exactly what I mean. It's because you use make. What do you mean, make? I hardly slept at all last night after all.
はい。すいません。遅くまでお邪魔しちゃって。私、戻ります。
That's great. That's probably for the best. It's getting quite late.
どうぞどうぞ。
Thanks. She grabs my hand and leads me over to my futon. As soon as I lay down, I feel my consciousness fading.
電気消しますね。
Yeah, thanks. And though I closed my eyelids, I see the lights being turned off. Before long, my consciousness fades into a deep sleep. Yeah? Onkshu.
もう寝ちゃった。よっぽど眠かったですね。いつも寝顔見られちゃってるからお返しです。
Excuse me?
じー。はい。クロウさん。
Don't do it. Don't do what I think you're gonna do.
大好きですよ。
Okay, well, I guess I knew she was gonna do that, but
口にもしてないのに恥ずかしいです。でも大好き。初めて会った時から。
no, she did what I thought she was gonna do. God damn it, Chocolat.
キスしてしまいました。それも口に。 ちになんてお兄ちゃんにもパパにもしたことないのに。
Yeah, but because that'd be weird.
でも
Wait. No. She's going to make out with him. She just started.
クロさん。
Bro! Why do I feel something pressing against my lips? Of course he wakes up! Why wouldn't he? She's been fucking making out with him for like 10 minutes. Chocolate? Why is Chocolate kissing me? Just let it happen, alright? No!
起きて。
Oh. I'm too tired to think clearly right now, but for some reason I decided to hug whoever's on top of me. She's on top of him? I thought she was just to the side of the bed, bro. Why? She was very into it. She was very committed to it. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Still only in that semi-conscious state, I also decided to return their kiss. This is spicier than the other two routes combined. What is happening? Crow's gonna wake up in the morning and forget all of this because he has amnesia, and also because he's semi-conscious, even though he commented on the fact that it was Chocolate kissing him. In response to my kiss, I feel their body relax in my arms. Darn it, I was still so sleepy. Unable to overcome the wave of drowsiness washing over me, my consciousness falls away. Even as it does though, I continue holding the Chocolate in my arms. See, he's still... It depends on whether she is there in the morning or not. If there's a CG of her in his bed, Corey's bed, who is also yeah, if Crow and Chocolate are in the same bed in the morning, then let's just hope Corey and Meru don't know. I mean, they'll notice when Chocolate isn't in their bed, it isn't in the other bed, but like, you know, just don't mention it. Wham! Who just kisses someone when they're half asleep? No, they were fully asleep. And also anime, especially if you aren't in a relationship. No, don't go to your room right now. There's something that you shouldn't see. There's something that you shouldn't look at.
なるほど、メルさんの寝相ですか。フォルクロールの危険地帯ランキング第2位と言われるメルさんの寝ている半径2メートルに入っていたようです。
Second most? What's first? If a kick to the face is second.
だいぶ早いのに目が覚めちゃった。
Oh no.
上着を忘れました。
No! She's gonna go to her room because she needs a sweater!
部屋のやつを使おう。クロウさんなら
No!
起きてるでしょ。
I fucking called it!
おはようございます。あ、まだ寝てるんですね。じゃあ
Just
静かに。
don't look at the bed for more than a second. Longer than a second.
にしても何か忘れているような。
Don't worry about it.
あれ、そういえばショコラさんがいない。
Chocolate, she's somewhere. She's not in your bed, okay?
昨べは泊まったはずなのに夜は帰ってこなかったし、さっきもいなかったし。
Oh, don't make a sound! Then she'll know! No!
クロウさんが寝ているはずの布団から長い金髪
No,
が見え
no, she's not under there, okay? That's just... It's your hair, you know? That... It just becomes blonde if it's exposed to the cold. That doesn't make sense.
クロウさんの髪ってあんなに長い上金色だったっけ。
Ah, they have the... They show the character sprite.
もうクロウさんが寝ているはずの布団からショコラさんがはみ出しています。
Fucking Christ.
クロウさんって体の一部にショコラさんを生やしてたっけ。
I awake to a familiar voice. Why? Good morning, Corey.
おはようございます。
That means Chocolate's gonna wake up soon, as well. As I open my eyes, I see Corey standing by the door. You're up awfully early this morning.
そうですね。メルさんの寝相で起こされてしまって。
I remember you mentioning that she moves around a lot in her sleep.
はい、この町で一番悪いと思います。思ってましたけど、今日で一番が入れ替わるかもです。
Another contender?
部屋を抜け出し、別の部屋に突撃する驚異の寝相を見せたショコラさんが寝相悪いナンバーワンかもしれません。
Yeah, Chocolate, you know, when she gets tired, she starts sleepwalking and walks into other people's rooms and sleeps in their bed. You know, that's just how it is with Chocolate. Hello? Why is Chocolate sleeping next to me?
どういうことです？
Right, about that. We head out to the hallway, leaving the still sleeping Chocolate behind. Sorry, I don't really remember. I don't really remember.
昨日は朝から眠そうでしたもんね。
Yeah, I remember she came to ask me about that map I drew, and then I started getting really tired and fell asleep. But I don't know what happened after that. Maybe she decided to study the map some more and accidentally fell asleep in my bed.
どういう対なんですか？
Because he does know. It's just a repressed memory.
もうクロウさんとショコラさんのことなので、私は口を出しませんけど。
Thanks. I think she's got the wrong idea here. No, she's got the right idea. You have the wrong idea. I don't think anything actually happened last night. Though, so I suppose we could drop it for now. We didn't do anything, right? That's for the H scenes to decide. That's for the 18 plus version to decide. It's kind of troubling that I can't remember, honestly.
私は今日はダイヤのことを調べます。
Sounds good.
クロウさんはお店があるので別行動です。
Alright.
すいませんでした。
No problem. Have a good day. God fucking damn it. Chocolate hurries out the door just moments after waking up. I suppose this isn't overly surprising. She gets really embarrassed whenever someone sees her sleeping face. So finding out that we slept in the same bed together must be like torture for her. Yeah! It's because you saw her sleeping face. That's why. Can't do much about it now. Now though, so I'll focus on my work for the time being. This is like the worst outcome out of the things I listed off. Because all of them predicated on Crow actually remembering what happened last night. Who the fuck cares if he was tired? He said Chocolate's name.
私はなぜあんなことを。寝ている相手の唇をなんて、もう謝っても許されないです。でもクロウさんを見てたら体が自然と、それにキュってされてすごく暖かくて、クロウさんいい匂いがして。
You also didn't stop after you started kissing him.
ぼーっとしてたら気づいたら朝でした。私はなんてことを。
Oops.
ただいま。
Welcome home, girls.
お腹すいた。今日のおやつは？
I was thinking the sweet potato tart, since it hasn't sold that well today.
じゃあなくて。お疲れ様でした、クロウさん。お店とメルさんのことは私がやっておくので、しばらく自由にどうぞ。
I'll take you up on that then, thanks. I immediately make a beeline for the local park. Corey giving me the night off was actually incredibly helpful. I'm really grateful to her for that. While I can't slack off with my work as Folkroll's patissier, I also promised Chocolate I'd help her search for that diamond. There's a reason I chose to come to the park today. And it's not because I think I'll find the diamond. Heck, I'm still not convinced that a wish-granting diamond or anything remotely like that actually exists. But that's why it will exist. But even if it actually did, I wouldn't have the slightest clue where to start looking for it. If it's buried somewhere in this park, it could quite literally be anywhere. No, what I'm looking for today is information. I'm hoping that by coming here, I'll figure out what the general layout of this place was back in the day.
あら。
Oh, it's bitch 1. Oh, the bitch. Ira, good afternoon. I randomly came across Ira not long after arriving. Bitch 1? Yeah, I didn't know who bitch 2 was, but yeah. It looks like she's out walking her dog again.
今日は可愛い彼女さんは一緒じゃないの？
Nope. She's off doing some research by herself today.
そう。
She giggles apparently in a good mood for some reason. Yeah, that's the first. For the longest time, I was convinced she didn't like me. What gave that away? But she's been strangely cooperative with this diamond business. Why is that? Watching me with an amused look on her face, Ara speaks up.
どうして邪魔しないんだろうとか思ってる？
She's not that far off. I wouldn't have worded it quite so maliciously, though. Seeing my reaction, she gives a playful chuckle.
前も言ったけど、面白いからよ。あなたが願いの叶うダイヤを探すってシチュがシュールで。
I see. What is she talking about?
ま、見つかるでしょうね。あの子が欲しいものは。あの子はもう手にしてるんだもの。あの金貨を。
Huh? The gold coin? Why is she bringing that up all of a sudden? And before I ask why, though, she continues speaking.
昔話って。
She pauses for a moment.
昔話ってどうもパターンが決まってるわよね。
Huh?
この町のお話もそうじゃない。 願いを叶えるダイヤにお願いを聞いてくれる妖精さんの夜。
That's true, now that you mention it. Those two legends have similar origins, mind you. Even so, if you were to compile a list of folktales from all around the world, most of them would probably feature similar magical entities, like fairies or diamonds, that help people achieve the impossible. I would say that's by far the most common theme in the fairy tales I've seen.
昔から疑問だったのよね、すごく。もしもこの世にお願い事を叶えてくれる妖精さんがいるとして、そいつらはどうしてそんなことするのかしら。そんな魔法みたいな力があるなら自分のためだけに使うわよね、普通。妖精さんだって別に全能ではないわよね。叶えられないようなお願いもあるわよね。それ、願いを叶えるダイヤ、お願いを聞いてくれる妖精さん。妖精さんだって別に全能ではないわよね。叶えられないようなお願いもあるわよね。それでも人間のお願いを聞いてあげる意味って何？どうしてそんなものがあるのかしら。
After throwing a healthy dose of realism my way, she tosses the ball back in my court. I suppose it's because, realistically speaking, there are so many unfulfilled wishes in the world. I think that's why people turn to fiction, because they want to create a world where those wishes can be realized.
つまんない答え。
Okay, sorry for being boring. What other reason could there be, though? If I were pressed to name another, I suppose that would be...
ごめんね、きなこ。もう行くわ。
Before I can say anything else, one of her dogs suddenly started barking. She immediately turns to leave.
本は再来週には返しなさいよ。じゃあね。
Okay, bitch. We will. Bye, Ira. She leaves without saying anything more. Her words, however, still linger in my mind. Legends and folktales following similar patterns, Suddenly, I feel something cold and wet get in my eye. It's been snowing all afternoon, but now it's really started to pick up.
雨宿りかい？
Not quite.
いいよ。私ももうじき帰るから送ってやるさ。
Sounds great. Looks like I caught her at a good time. Perfect.
そこの公園の歴史？
That's right. Do you know anything about it? Seeing as her clinic was founded on the park's edge, I decided to try asking her about it.
なんだい？ケーキ屋の次は社会の先生にでもなるのかい？
Maybe.
私は知らないけど、この建物については古くからの資料がいくつかあるよ。
He opens a shelf containing various medical records, and then pulls out and hands me an old, tattered-looking document inside a clear vinyl covering. Unlike the stories we've been working with up until now, this looks to be a factual document of sorts.
貸し出しはできないから読むならここで済ませな。私が帰るまでだよ。
Wow, thanks. Naturally, I opt to take her on her offer.
ああ、わしのお見舞いじゃないのかね?
Well, I don't think you're a historian. Oh, sorry, old man. I didn't have any cakes for you today.
ち
I ended up reading through quite a few documents before we left, but in the end I couldn't find anything particularly noteworthy. Except for one thing, perhaps. Your clinic's pretty old, huh?
そうさね。町が始まった時からあったそうだよ。
On our way home, I struck up a chat with Dr. Morisaki. From what I read, it was originally a facility to treat injured workers during the town's construction. Then during a later smallpox outbreak, it was turned into a quarantine and treatment facility, before finally becoming the hospital it is today.
この町で一番多く人を見とった場所になるのかね。ちと縁起が悪いね。
No, it was a gathering place for the sick, and then it was a gathering place for the dying, and now it's a gathering place for the sick and dying. It's the evolution. You could say it's where the most people have been helped in the town's history.
なるほど。
Given that the files were purely factual, I couldn't find any ties between them and the folklore I've read. Leaving that aside, if there truly is a diamond, or some other treasure hidden somewhere in that park, Murasaki Clinic strikes me as the most likely place to hide it, given its proximity. Following that logic, it's possible the treasure was buried beneath it at some point, but that would make finding it essentially impossible. So I hope I'm wrong about that. Speaking of Murasaki Clinic, I have to say though, for a facility that was originally built to treat injured workers, it seems a little far away from town, no?
言われりゃそうだね。
On the other hand, it seems like the perfect place to quarantine the infected during an outbreak. Was there anything else happening nearby at the time, aside from the town's construction?
さあ。
Seems like the perfect next step for my investigation. Well, maybe I should wait for Chocolat. She might not appreciate me trying to solve everything on my own. She's a bit dense, though, just like you, when it comes to romance. Now I'm not sure what to do.
ショコラ、どうした？
Don't talk about it.
今日はフォルクロールに行かないのか？最近毎日なのに。
行きません。そんなお兄ちゃんのエッチ。
Bro.
なんで？
行けなくなっちゃいました。どうしよう。
That was the first time in VN history that a big brother was called a pervert by his little sister, and it wasn't a brocon thing.
Tadaima.
Welcome home, girls.
寒い。なんかもうどんどん寒くなるよ。今日は特に寒かったです。
Cora breathes into her hands, trying to warm them up. It started snowing at the beginning of the week, and it's been getting worse as the weeks gone on. It's Friday now, and it's practically blizzarding out there.
でもやっと金曜日。明日はお休みだ。
That we are.
今週もお疲れ様でした。今日も変わりますね。
I appreciate the offer, but I don't mind sticking around today.
あれ、いいんですか？今週はずっと走りっぱなしだったのに。
But I don't need to today.
いろいろ調べてたよね。公園と病院の歴史、そこから町の開拓についてとか、あとここら辺の山や谷の地形について。
It's kept me busy, that's for sure. I've been running around all week, right up until yesterday. But there's no need for that anymore. Phew. And the reason for that is very simple. I found the diamond. Oh. Not only was it surprisingly easy to find, but it's actually quite interesting. However, there's just one problem. That being, Chocolat hasn't come here once this entire week. In other words, I completed the investigation myself. Even though I said we'd do it together, I went and found our diamond entirely without her. I did this despite knowing how important it was to her that that she'd be the one to find it. Technically, that's still possible. I could still help her find it without outright telling her. But for some reason, she stopped coming here all of a sudden. I can't for the life of me figure out why. Yeah, but did I do something wrong? Yeah, you kissed her and hugged her while half asleep and didn't remember any of that. And probably won't, because that's the kind of visual novel this game is. It's now the following morning. Do you think you could tell her that for me? Normally, yes, but lately... Yeah, that's a record for her. Thanks, Ghetto. I think that this might be the first time I've outright asked her to come over here. Usually she just shows up. She just shows up whenever. The weather's not looking great today. But it's still possibly easier for her to get a ride here, as opposed to be walking over to her hotel. She arrives a little while later. I don't think you understand. This is prime time for the blizzard to get extremely heavy so that she can't go back to the hotel and is forced to stay here until the blizzard subsides. Sorry to call you out here like this. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Have you been busy with something? Her strange behavior from the other day hasn't gone away, it seems. If you're worried about me seeing you sleeping again, I'm really sorry about that. Do you think we could chalk it up to just being an accident? What? God damn it. She's still acting pretty awkwardly, but we decided to move on anyway. Oh, you too? Really? Now that's something I wasn't expecting to hear. Raw diamonds are surprisingly common around the world, though, so just mining them isn't overly profitable. As a result, most mining operations don't last for very long. So that's the conclusion she got in the end, huh? That's too bad. That's too bad. I thought she might have solved it on her own. I think her issue isn't that she's incapable of logical thinking, but rather she's a romanticist at heart. The problem is she jumps to conclusions. And the other thing is that her conclusions are formed around her preconceived notion, right? She looked into the diamonds because it was all about the wish-granting diamond. So she will tunnel vision on the information that is most relevant to the wish-granting diamond and conclude that everything that's happened is around. It happened because they because they found the wish granting diamond.
クロウさんは何かわかりました？
Her way of thinking is off. About that, maybe I can coax her back on track somehow, but how?
もしかしてクロウさん、もうわかってます？
No, I.
願いの叶うダイヤモンドを見つけてしまいました。
She is smart. It's just that the conclusions she reaches are a bit, you know. Was the look on my face that obvious? A complex expression crosses her face.
そうですか。私も1週間頑張ってきたけど。やっぱりクロウさんはすごいですね。まあ、私が遅かったのかもですけど。
Oh, that's not. Uh-oh. I accidentally triggered her anxiety again. I was worried this might happen. Without even stopping to ask me what I know, she simply rambles on with a bitter smile on her face. I think she's afraid to ask me, because if I give her the answer, then all of her work over the past week will have been for nothing. Yeah, but what about your work, bro? Alright, this might be a little heavy-handed on my part, but I think it's the only way. I'll have to coax her to the solution. Chocolate. Would you like to have some tea together? It might have been cold. It might have been cold coming all the way out there. All the way out there. It must have been cold coming all the way out there. I'll give you a slice of cake as well. Wait. Coming all the way out from there. It's the there part that's the problem. Coming from all the way out there. But it's the there it's the there that's the problem. Because if they just switched it to here, then it would make sense. Would you like some tea together? That isn't relevant to the sentence. It must have been cold coming all the way out here. Alright? Coming from all the way out there is still is more correct, but is still weird. It still sounds weird. I'd like to continue our discussion from the other day about logical thinking.
What?
Maybe the T was a typo? Maybe. There's something I've been wondering. Did you want to become a historian when you were younger, but then gave up because you think you're incapable of logical thinking?
そういうわけでは、ただママのお手伝いはできそうにないと。
I see. Well, that's good. If you'd told me you chose to become a patissier because you thought logic wasn't a necessary part of the job, then you'd be in some real trouble.
それはもちろん。
Good. Because baking cakes requires you to use a great deal of logic. In fact, logic is baked into every single step of the process. Get it? Shut the fuck up. From creating a balanced recipe to measuring out reasonably serviceable proportions, and even deciding how best to decorate and package your end product. In my opinion, baking cakes is the most logically demanding culinary field of all. I thought you liked puns, but it wasn't. That's the problem. It's not. It wasn't overtly said as a pun. He said it to himself. He wasn't like logic is baked into. How did he say it? He didn't say it to Chocolat, being like logic is baked into every single step of the process. Wink, wink, you know? Like what Komachi did. Admittedly, it does require the use of a slightly different kind of reasoning than historical analysis, but that's beside the point. We're close today, sadly, so we'll have to make do with yesterday's leftovers. I take a cold sponge out of the fridge. I also have some icing and strawberries on hand, luckily. I was thinking of making an impromptu shortcake. Care to join me?
はい。
Thanks. I appreciate the help. Right then, first things first. I pick up a kitchen knife and bring it down onto the sponge. Chop it completely in half. Then I cut it again, this time horizontally. And now it's been divided into quarters. I start cutting chunks out of the middle and effectively hollowing it out. Chocolat watches all of this with a look of shock on her face, which is understandable given that shortcakes are usually only sliced into, well, cake slices.
この前の
But then she figures it out. Could you do the honors for me, Chocolat? Picking up on the meaning behind my words, she starts putting the sponge together again. All I did was cut a few chunks from the middle though, so it should be relatively easy for her to piece it back together. After a few moments, she manages to do that. She manages to do just that. Now we just need to decorate it with icing, strawberry slices, and jam. Before long, our recreation of the piecemeal Everest cake from the other day is complete.
やっぱり美味しそうです。
Indeed. Shall we have a slice? Making sure to leave some for Meryl and Corey, we each take a slice out into the dining room. It's still fairly early, so we decided to have coffee with it instead of tea, with just a dash of sugar.
いただきます。美味しいです。
I'm glad you like it. She happily chomps down on her cake, beaming brightly all the while.
こうして作るとショートケーキとはだいぶ印象が違いますね。
I know what you mean. The sponge feels a lot airier, and it crumbles apart in your mouth really easily. I'd almost hesitate to call it a shortcake. It certainly tastes great, though.
はい。
Her gloomy expression from earlier has now all but faded, replaced by a sweet smile. I think it's safe to say she's feeling better now. By the way, the logic you just used to piece together that cake, it's the same type you'd use for historical analysis.
はい。
Yeah, I know what you're cooking here, Crow. You care to elaborate? The actual events of history are important to verify, right? Unless you have a spare time machine lying around, that is. But seeing as that's not an option, all you can do instead is try and piece together a narrative using whatever pieces of evidence you have in mind. Possible to verify. This piecemeal cake was baked under the same logic, right? We don't have the time to bake a regular shortcake, so we were forced to scrape together a cake that resembled one. Yeah, okay. I think you've been going about this the wrong way. That's all. Historical research isn't about just gathering evidence. It's about stringing those pieces together and filling the gaps in the most logical way possible. You're saying different things. Ooh. Your conclusion probably shouldn't resemble a cake, but hopefully you can see the metaphor there. Anyway, let's start again from the top, shall we? You said important, not impossible. Where is it? Yeah, impossible to verify. The actual events of history are impossible to verify, right? Unless you have a spare time machine lying around that is... I mean...
はい。
important can be it's the unless part that makes the sentence make no sense. In my opinion, neither of us are well suited for the formal presentation approach like she did with her evidence earlier. Copium, shut up. Exchanging
あ
opinion
のですね、ダイヤの採掘は川の下流でやってまして、それがちょうどあの公園のあたりなのです。
Exchanging opinions over coffee, on the other hand, that's far more up our alley.
あの公園は集会所というより採掘のための寄り合い所だったのではないでしょうか。
I think so too. Good. We're already off to a great start. Just a little further now. What about the Murasaki Clinic? I hear it was originally established to treat injured workers. Diamond mining is known to be a fairly dangerous industry, so that's probably where they treated anyone who got hurt.
あ、それでですね、これに戻るんですが。
She excitedly points at a little frame hanging by the window. Sitting within it is the little gold coin we found. We never figured out where it came from in the end, so we decided to frame it as a little decorative piece for the store.
この金貨があった理由は、やっぱりこの区画がとても古いからだと思います。
Agreed. That's not all. I think the chimney's unique construction has something to do with that as well, especially when you consider how it clashes with the region's climate.
少なくともこの区画のどこかにダイヤは隠されてると思うのです。もっと言えばこの区画では昔ダイヤ採掘が積極的に行われていた。ママにはここまで報告します。これだけでもきっと喜んでくれると思うから。
Her conclusion ends up falling just a bit short, which I suppose is fine, assuming she's happy with it, but her analysis is still only about 70% complete. I think you could take a few steps. I think we can take it a step further, actually. Tell me, Chocolat, what's the first thing you need to sort out when developing a town or city?
人
True, but assuming you've sorted that out already, what comes next? People is like step 0.
家
What else?
道
Correct. And now, if you were trying to build roads here in Fueya, I think you'd run into a pretty big roadblock, so to speak. Shut up! Any idea what that might be?
それって
Her eyes widen as she seems to figure it out.
ああ、二人でケーキ食べてる。
Shut up! She's having a brain blast moment.
美味しそうですね。ちょっと甘そうだけど。
二人の分はそっちにあります。私ちょっと出かけます。残りは二人で食べちゃって OK。
Oh, I thought she was gonna get stuck inside because of the blizzard. She gets up from the table in a hurry. I think I've told her enough. She should be able to figure out the rest herself. As for whether that conclusion will actually be true, well, that can never really know. We can never really know. That we can never really know.
街ができた時代からあって、 町のできた時代、みんなの願いを叶えるもの、それは川です。
Yay! She announces her conclusion once she reaches the riverside. It's still snowing a lot outside, making the water look especially cloudy today. But overall, it's still the same river that was here when the town was established. Since those days where the valley was said to house fairies and diamonds, its water has never once stopped flowing.
ダイヤの採掘は川でするものですよね。
That's right. Rivers are extremely important. I mean, are extremely impossible distribution channels for settlements new and old. Settlements prosper when they can attract more people. Settlements prosper when they can attract more people, which in turn requires effective circulation of commodities, since you need to be able to import and export. I can't. Did you do that on purpose? What do you think? Import and export goods for an economy to function. As the biggest and most central distribution channel this town has access to, you could say that this river was quite literally the foundation that Fueya was built on. Yes. In other words, I believe the Arisa River was Fueya's crown jewel, the treasure hidden deep within Whistler's Valley that answered its first settlers' wishes each and every day.
それをもともとこの川でダイヤの採掘をしていた笛吹きの民からいただいた。
It must have been quite a difficult decision for them to come to. It must have been quite a difficult decision for them to come to. If they allowed the townsfolk to use the river for distribution, the constant flow of ships in and out of town would have made it impossible for them to keep mining in it. But in the end, they allowed it and decided to live in the valley amongst the settlers. That, I think, is the truth behind those legends. Well, yeah, it's kind of like how mythological creatures came to be. Like, the unicorn was derived from rhinos, and like Bigfoot was derived from like big monkeys. I swear, if we do not find out who Crow was after this route. Oh no, that's what I've been thinking this entire route. If we don't find out anything about Crow, or now, if we don't find out anything about Fueya, other than the things we already know, I'm gonna crash out. Chocolate's expression lights up.
歴史のお勉強、面白いですね。ママが夢中になってる理由が分かった気がします。
Indeed. I had fun looking into all of this as well. The entire process, for the initial spark of curiosity to the gathering of evidence, and then analyzing all of it to a formal conclusion, all of it ended up being quite enjoyable. How likely is it for Ira to stop being a bitch? 0. That answer will determine everything. Yeah, I guess. And now you can bring about our discoveries to your mum, even without that diamond. Yeah, but you still have that diamond, right? The whole wish-granting diamond part of the legend was nothing but fiction. But even so, Chocolate's wish still came true in the end.
でもそっか、願いを叶えるダイヤ、お願いを叶えてくれるわけではないですね。
Yeah, essentially. That diamond was simply a metaphor for the Arisa River, which granted the townsfolk's wish of bringing prosperity to Fueya.
ちょっと残念です。
Well, it's a better conclusion than finding out that Corey's the reason why the fairies exist. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Was there another wish you were hoping to have granted? I thought her wish was to unravel this town's history from her mother.
いろいろです。もっと背が高くなりたいし、勉強もできるようになりたい。髪、氷みたいにサラツヤにもなりたいです。
I think at least one of those you should try to fix yourself.
ですね。
She flashes me a playful smile. Then she leans over the railing, casting her gaze down at the river below.
あと、もう一つ。クロウさんにしてほしいこともお願いできませんでした。
Is it time? Huh? Something she wants to do with me? What is it? Whatever it is, I'm sure I can make it happen. Feeling a little concerned, I moved to close the distance between us.
なんでもないです。
Blushing and wearing a familiar awkward smile, she backed away from me suddenly. But she was already right next to the rail. Oh, she backed into the railing. She was already right next to the railing. It's not especially tall either, so as soon as her waist hits it, she tumbles right over it. You didn't try to catch her? What? Huh? I stand there stunned for a moment, unable to process what just transpired. Bro, that is freezing cold water! All I saw was Chocolat backing up. Then, when her waist hit the railing, she slipped right over its slippery, snowy surface. The next thing I knew, she was already falling directly into the river below. Chocolat! What is this sad music? She's not gonna die. As soon as I realized what was happening, my body was already moving. Leaping over the railing, I jumped into the river after her. A rush of frigid water envelops me, cold enough to throw almost anyone into a state of immediate shock. Damn it, that's really bad. Damn it, this really bad. They forgot the is. Even after her golden hair, which I can normally spot from a mile away, even with her golden hair, which I can normally spot from a mile away, the water's too murky to be able to see anything. Wait, even with her golden hair, which I can normally spot from a mile away, the water's too murky to be able to see anything. Kinda. By some miracle, I somehow managed to find her. Eventually, I'm able to pull her tiny body into my arms. The current's surprisingly strong, so it takes all of my strength and concentration to keep us from being swept away by it. Holding her tightly in my arms, so that I don't lose her, I swim for the surface. Slowly but surely. Until finally... Chocolat. With the current as strong as it is, we can hardly manage to keep ourselves afloat long enough to catch our breath. Should I try to bring us to shore? I honestly don't know if I can. No, my priority should be making sure I don't let go of Chocolat. We'll ride this out for now. Hope the current carries us back to shore eventually, or you freeze to death. One or the other.
ハーフホール残してくれてたのに1時間で食べちゃいましたね。
美味しかった。ショコラたちどこ行ったのかな。
さあ、例の願いの叶うダイヤでも探してるんじゃないですか。
Yeah, they wanted to search for it so much they jumped into the river.
あれもおかしな話だよね。クロウくんと二人で探してること自体がショコラのお願いを叶えちゃってるんだから。
ですね。にしても。
Rattle, rattle.
すごい風。
いぶ吹雪いてきました。ちょっと心配ですね。
This is not the right music. Are you alright, Chocolate?
死ぬかと。
I was starting to get a little worried myself. Are you hurt anywhere? Or did you bump into anything?
ないです。クロウさんが守ってくれたから。クロウさんこそ大丈夫です。石とかガンガン当たっちゃってました。
A few, but I'm fine. I can handle a lot worse than that. More importantly, though,
はい。
I take a look around, trying to get a lay of the land. It looks like the current carried us pretty far from town. It's still visible off in the distance, but only just barely. By my guess, it'll take us about an hour to hike back through the woods. Well, this isn't good. Physically, I think, well, we're both well enough to make the walk, but it certainly won't be easy after spending so much time in that freezing cold water, especially for Chocolat. Unfortunately, there's another issue we have to contend with as well. Stay behind me, Chocolat. I'll try to block the wind. We trudge forward, hearing nothing but the howling wind and the snow crunching under our feet. As we walk along, a deadly blizzard rages around us. Out here in the woods, with nothing but trees to protect us, the wind is far more dangerous than the snow. Especially because after being fully submerged in water, our bodies and clothes are naturally soaking wet. Or rather, they were, but by now my clothes have gone completely stiff from the frigid winds, to the point where I can hear the frozen fabric cracking with every step I take.
寒いです。
This is really bad. She's already used up most of her stamina struggling in the river. We're stranded down in a blizzard. Our clothes have frozen solid. The nearest town is over an hour away. At this point, her catching a cold would be the least of my concerns. Frankly, I'm concerned she might actually freeze to death. First things first, I need to find us a place to take shelter from this wind. But where? Wait, what's that over there? I spot something off in the distance. It's hard to make it out clearly amidst the snow and trees, but it appears to be a building of some sort. Oh, right, I remember seeing something out here when I was on Folkroll's roof once. And then he fell off. That massive structure way downstream from town, towering over the surrounding trees at the base of the mountain. Did the river seriously carry us this far out? Either way, we're saved. Let's go, Chocolat. We can take shelter from the wind in there.
はい。
We make our way over and enter the building. Looking around, we don't see any signs of life inside, nor any furnishing of any sorts, or of any sort. From the looks of things, this building must have been abandoned at some point during its construction. Or his place? I don't think so. The structural beams are still exposed all over the place, and the windows are nothing more than holes in the wall, leaving us exposed to the elements. I was hoping for better, but at least these walls can keep the wind at bay. The place where she did the diamond, except that's further into town. This is an hour away from town. That's the difference. There is one thing of note in here, however.
これ
Unless
薪？
it would not make sense geographically. You understand this, right? It did not take Corey an hour to walk to her tower from outside of town. So it seems. Look, there are even matches on the floor. And not only that, but the wood seems to be purposefully stored in a place where it would be exposed to the wind to keep it from growing too damp. Stored in a place where it would be exposed to the wind. She was rushing too, right? Would she? And when I checked out the roof, I found a large cauldron with the remains of fire underneath it. Bro, it does not make sense geographically, but I guess they finally found a reason to use this asset again outside of Korra's route. Does somebody camp out here during the summer or something? Yeah, at any rate, thank goodness we found this place. This is an emergency situation, so I say we use some of this stuff. We can always reimburse the owner later. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? True. Okay, hang on. I need to fucking check something. That's what I'm saying. No CG. Let me fucking. I need to see this shit. Hate scene. No, I don't think it's like that. But yeah, there's still 2 CGs. What are they fucking saving them for? There's going to be the one for the epilogue, but like, what's the? Wait. Yeah, they've already done the SDC. They've already finished with the SDCGs. Of her and her mother, I guess.
みたいですね。まだまだ寒いけど。クロウくんたち遅いね。ですね。どうしたんでしょう。オリちゃん、ショコラが見つけた金貨ってどこ行ったん
And the epilogue being her and Crow somehow. Yeah.
そこに飾っておくことにしたじゃないですか。あれ？ない。
あれ？朝まではあったよね。
今日はお店開けてないから誰も入ってないですよね。
消えた？
Wham. They actually... I'm surprised they made it back.
疲れました。
I understand that they were only there to dry off their clothes and, you know, stuff like that so that they could collect their bearings. But like, at this time of night...
あ、おかえり、クロウくん。
Hate scene. No, What do you mean to warm up? That was the firewood! That's what the firewood was for! They didn't need to take off their clothes and cuddle each other so that they aren't... so that they can warm each other up with their bodies. That's stereotypical, and it wouldn't make sense. Did they fuck yet? They fucked in her dreams. That's what she was dreaming about when she was cuddling with Crow.
ショコラさんも遅かったで。ずぶ濡れですね。
They didn't dry off their clothes enough, apparently. So not yet. I don't think so. Sorry, girls. It's a long story. Could one of you start running a bath, please?
はいはい。
Not only are we covered in sweat, by the time we got back, we're still freezing cold. Oh, it's because they were sweating. But like, ow. Chocolatte's in much worse shape than I am, so I let her use the bath first. After that, I make sure to thoroughly clean my body. I need to prepare myself for what we're about to do, after all. What are they about to do after all?
今日はショコラ泊まってく？
Yes. Yes.
今
No.
日帰ります。
Yes, you-
お邪魔様でした。
No. You will stay over because, like I predicted, the blizzard's gonna get worse. So you're forced to stay over.
そうですか？お気をつけて。
Fuck. Chocolate heads downstairs. And then a little while later.
じゃあ、おやすみ、クロウくん。
おやすみなさい。
The other girls finally retire to their rooms. See, she's back. Chocolate sneaks into my room, having spent the past little while hiding in the kitchen.
なんだかスパイ映画みたいでドキドキします。
They have a... Nah, don't tell me they actually had a fucking hate scene. That's why they're so sweaty, you know? It's because they did it next to the campfire, so they didn't have the wind blowing on them the whole time, so that... I know what you mean. We basically lied to Mero and Corey. I feel guilty about it, but it's also kind of exciting in a way. My heart won't stop racing.
それでさっきの返事ですけど。
They actually had a fucking hate scene! Right. We practically she practically confessed to me back there, but I was too startled to give her a proper response. My instincts were spot on. Listen! The logistics weren't there. Why? Why the fuck? Well, I struggle to find the right words. Well, for starters, I still don't think witch granted diamonds are real. Like I said, the ones in the legend were just a metaphor.
そうですか。
It's a trope, isn't it? Yes, them warming each other's bodies up with their body heat, cuddling together naked, is a trope that would lead to a hate scene. But they had all the things there that would stop that from happening. Wait, let me finish. From here on out, I'll be the one granting all your wishes. Does that sound alright with you? I've seen this scenario before. I know you have! That's beside the point. I catch her as she leaps into my arms. The point is, they fucking confessed again in a hate scene. It was the same thing in Mary's route, wasn't it? The exact scenario in a different VN. Why didn't you... What VN was it? Because I guess that's another one we could play. The truth is, I want nothing more than to grant her wish every day. I don't remember. Bruh. It can't be... It has to be one with winter... With snow in it, right? Because that's all my wish... That's my wish as well. She immediately goes for my lips, ignoring herself to me like a child who just discovered a new toy. Don't call her a child. This time, I don't hesitate at all, and passionately return her kiss. It is Christmas and winter themed. I never finished it though. What visual novel have you finished? The lolly's breasts in the hate scene were drawn inaccurately. As in... They were drawn big. Of course.
どうしよう。なんだか嬉しいけど不思議です。クロウさんとこんなことできるなんて。
I feel the same way. Her expression softens, and she shows me a warm, bashful smile. She's so adorable. We continue hugging each other without a care in the world, as if we'd completely forgotten about the crisis we just escaped from. Or other Utahage scenes. Shut up! I don't know. Hey, can I ask you something? How long have you been wishing for this?
いつからでしょう。
You have this game to do too? I know! And I'm dreading having to go back to this game after finishing it already and have to do it.
初めてクロウさんに会った頃にはもうこんな気持ちだった気がします。
Us making this even worse because that's a whole ass route. Something tells me I have a massive grin on my face right now.
クロウさん
Yeah.
大好きです。
And something also tells me I'm blushing right now. It's the following morning. I'm currently hard at work preparing for the day.
あ、はようクロウくん。
You made a mistake. What did I say this time? Likewise.
ねえねえ、部屋ショコラが寝てるみたいだけど、昨日泊まってったの？
Yeah. By saying that, you'll be playing until the game is done. What? Am I? Did I though? It feels close. And now that I said that, yeah, yes, she did. Yes, she did.
おはようございます。
Same to you, Corey.
お
We didn't get the 2 CGs. Well, we guarantee the last CG. We just haven't gotten the second one yet. Is something the matter? Yeah, she was listening to you fuck the whole night.
声はもうちょっと落ち
あ
た方がいいかと。
I was right.
おはようございます。
Look good. It looks like everyone's here. So that's how it is.
ラブラブチュチュになりました。
We figured we'd need to tell them at some point anyway, so we decided to rip off the band-aid early.
知ってます。
Shut up! Stop bringing it up!
はい。
Chocolate clings to me.
ショコラはまあ最初からあれだったし、こうなってよかったとも思うけど、なんかクロウくんを取られちゃった感が。
You already had your route. Maru's was so shit. Maru, your route was bad, so don't complain. And don't worry, Maru. You girls will always be an important part of me, part of my life. And that isn't about to change. And that's why they're still gonna... And that's why Chocolate will start living with them in Folkroll. Because just like in Maru's route and Corey's route, but the other lived with them still lived with them. Wait a minute. She jumps at me and starts clinging to my other arm.
氷は来ないんですか？
Hang on a minute. This is not harem route.
私はもともとくっつくようなキャラではないです。
But when you're on sweets,
というか、ショコラさんはいいので。
which part?
どうして？
焼き餅とかとは無縁ですか？クロウさん、楽ができそうですね。
What do you mean by that?
こんにちは。
Oh, Komachi can join too. Just as 11 o'clock hits, Komachi comes strolling through the front door. And with that, we kick off another busy day at Folkroll. I want a girl to be jealous. Why?
そうなの？
Yeah, I fucked him twice in one day. I mean, we're together now.
はい、将来のお婿さんです。つまり、お兄ちゃんの弟ですよ。よろしくお願いします。
So she says. So that I know that they love me. Right.
君は身長はいくつだ？パッと見た感じ、僕より30センチは高そうだけど。
Well, it doesn't help that I can't tell because your head is always out of is always sticking out of the fucking screen. It's off screen. I actually haven't ever measured my height, but indeed, I'd say you're about right.
こんな弟やだ。
Sorry for being giant.
やだじゃないです。だいたい30センチも違うのはクロウさんが大きいってだけじゃなくてお兄ちゃんが小さいからです。
But hang on. If Gateau is a foot shorter than Crow, then how short is Chocolat compared to Crow?
ガーン。
そういえばガトーって背の高さショコラとあんま変わらないもんね。
Well, there you can actually see the height difference, unlike with Crow and.
ショコラさんも足は長いけど身長が高いというほどではないですよね。
Yeah, you're just short.
ガトーって今いくつだっけ？僕らよりは上として。
私の学年の男子でも大きい方は結構いますが。
Don't have to rub it in.
やめろ！ずっと目をそらしてる現実を突きつけるな！
Hey, don't give up. Maybe you've still got another hit. Yeah, maybe you've got time to hit another growth spurt. It technically varies from person to person, so.
年上感満載で気配りしてくる弟も嫌だけど、今はこの優しさに甘えないと心が折れる。
Guys, I think he's past his growth spurt phase.
まあ、僕がとやかく言うことじゃないさ。それならそうと覚えておこう。
Yeah, all you need to do is get your blessing from her mother, which you'll get easily because you figured out the secrets of the diamond the diamond wish, the wishing diamond. Yeah, the wish granting diamond. Thanks, Gateau. We really appreciate it.
ああ。あと2週間と少しでこちらに来ることだし、母上にも当然挨拶するんだよな。
And that's when we'll get the CG. Chocolate's expression stiffens at his words, even more than my own. For some reason, neither of us considered that I'd have to meet her mother before now. In other words, we'll need to tell her about our relationship. No shit. Yes, of course. I'm looking forward to meeting her. The dad? Don't worry about the dad.
なんかもう本当に一日中くっついてたね。
Yeah, they were glued to each other all night as well. Corey got to hear it a lot.
仕事は真面目にこなしてたけど、それ以外の時間は全部でしたね。
だってもっとクロウさんとギューってしたいです。
Isn't jealous a good thing? No, jealousy is just another form of insecurity. I feel the same way. I'll gently stroke her hair while she sits on my lap.
はいはい、ごちそうさま。
What do you mean? Okay, when a girl is jealous, that tells you a few things. One, she isn't confident enough in herself she isn't confident enough in herself, and she doesn't trust you. I know what you mean, but what don't you understand? If a girl is jealous, that means there is a level of distrust that she has in you, especially when you're around other girls, and there's a level of insecurity in her where she thinks if you meet the right girl, you'll go for her instead of staying with the jealous one. It proves that she loves you. There are other ways to prove that a girl loves you outside of being jealous that you're talking to another woman. I don't want to fuck a yandere unless, you know, they do other yandere things that aren't crime. That aren't crimes.
僕たちは退散しよっか、おりちゃん。冬なのに暑すぎて汗かきそう。
You're talking about someone who wants to be kidnapped and kept forever. That's beside the point. That's a kink thing, okay? I don't think you want to be tied to a chair the rest of your life.
明日は学校ですしね。
You still have that you still have that interview to get to attend. They leave my room a little earlier than usual. Which means we're finally alone again.
なんか気を使われました？
If a girl ended up taking me forever, 24/7 power dynamics. Yeah, but like, how would you be able to watch my stream if you're tied to a chair all the time? Perhaps, but hey, we may as well take advantage of it, right? Good luck. What do you mean? I'll have to completely rebrand myself if you leave. Because I ain't keeping up with the visual novel shit if no one's gifting them to me. They may have sounded exasperated while we were leaving, but knowing them, their intentions 100% were 100% kind. If that's the case, I think it would be rude on our part if we didn't take full advantage of it by fucking. The looks of things, Chocolate wholeheartedly agrees.
クロウさん、
Yes,
好き。
I see. I reply somewhat awkwardly, but she simply smiles and pucks her lips, inviting me to kiss her. I oblige and resumes gently stroking her silky hair. Silky. Fuck, I can't say the word. Silky hair. If the right girl just took me monogamously and forcefully. Right. I know she loves being pampered, so I make sure to spoil her as much as possible. I'd always pegged you, wait, no, as being on the shyer side, but you're actually pretty bold. You're actually pretty bold, you know that.
そうですか？クロウさんの前だと猫かぶってたかもです。
Well, yeah, you've been acting like a cat around him since the start. Case in point, you got stuck on the roof. Yeah, it's like a cat's getting stuck in the tree.
私、もうちょっと控えた方がいいです。
You heard of people falling in love with their captors, right? Yeah, that's Stockholm syndrome, but like, that's not the same thing as falling in love with them before they kidnapped you. No, you don't have to worry about that. Just be yourself.
はい。
We cuddle in silence for a few moments, then... Oh, right. About your mother.
はい。
Love is love, as they say. No. She tenses up, clearly nervous about this topic. Do you not get along with her?
苦手というか緊張です。ママに会うと何話していいかわからなくて。でも今度は平気です。クロウさんと調べたお話があります。
I see. If she's just worried about making conversation, then I think she'll be okay. I probably would be the type to fall in love with a kidnapper. Bro, most people would probably fall in love with a kidnapper if they're hot enough. If they're their type. If Ware's history and its connection to the town's folklore is indeed a fascinating subject, it's more than suitable as a topic of conversation, at least. Especially women. More women would probably fall in love with their hot male kidnapper than a man fall in love with their hot female kidnapper. The question then becomes, how will her mother react to it? A yandere without the killing sounds good. Okay, there are other crimes that you probably don't want her to do as well. We'll just have to wait until she's here to find out. She could army. Okay, well then it's not rape if it's consensual.
今日はレアチーズケーキ作ってみたいです。
That defeats the whole purpose of rape fantasies. That might be pretty tough. It'd be a different story if we had gelatin on hand, but we insist on using all natural ingredients here. I would be into rape play. Yeah, me too.
ですね、バナナを練り込むとそれっぽいものが作れてですね。ピコーンピコーン、美味しそうなものレーダー作動。来てます来てます。これはかなり来てますよ。
Yumminess radar.
メルも食べます？メルさん、私たちは学校ですよ。
She wants cake.
でもレーダーが、レアチーズが。
We'll need to do some experimenting first, so you can try our prototype when you come home.
帰るまで7時間から8時間。
What the fuck did you say, Dexter?
待てよ、お昼休みに1回戻るとか。なら私が怒られることはないからいいけど、とにかく今は遅刻します。残しといてね。
It's not gonna taste as good after you come back. With that Hurricane Meru, the most fearsome tempest of all, finally passed. She'll be back later though, so I should do my best to make something that'll make her happy. What's your schedule look like this week? By the look like this week, by the way.
そうですね。
She typically doesn't have culinary school on Mondays, hence why she's here today, but her schedule varies depending on the week.
明日もお休みです。
Wait, really?
本当です。そりゃクロウさんといたくて予定はずらしたけど、サボるのはしてないです。
Oh well, that's good then. I'm sure both of us want nothing more than to be together all the time, but we can't just neglect our regular lives. We have to be sensible here. Bro, you have no regular life outside of baking cakes and fucking serving customers. Look, I would be the type to not even resist getting odd if I knew that they would keep me monogamously like a yandere. Yeah. So we'll be together a whole day tomorrow then? Whoops. Were we supposed to make a cheesecake right now? Where were we again? No-bake cheesecake requires some rather unique ingredients to make, but overall the process is quite simple. That explains why they needed gelatin. They're making a no-bake cheesecake. Or rather, it's simple for us because Chocolat learned how to make them at school. She's still a little awkward in the technique department, such as when she's tempering chocolate or decorating with icing. But in terms of raw knowledge, she definitely has me beat. But in that sense, I'd say it's only a matter of time before her dream of becoming a patissiere becomes a reality. Actually, that reminds me. Hey, Chocolat, what was your favorite cake again?
ミルクレープ。
That's what I thought. I was thinking, why don't you try making one for your mother when she comes to town?
でもシンプルにショートケーキって。
Sure, that's fine. We can make her both, and then she can eat both of them. Why don't we make them together? I'll make the shortcake and you make the Millie crepe.
ああ、なるほど。でも私にできますかね。そんなもし失敗しちゃったら。
Let's start practicing it today. That way, we'll be a pro by the time she gets here. I think you're already more than capable as a patissier. I think it would be nice to show your mother the fruits of your labor. I think I might have a problem. You're saying this now? Yeah, what do you expect? And as an added bonus, it'll give them another topic to discuss. It's a feeling. Shut up. Yeah, the feeling of getting raped by a kidnapper. Chocolate still looks a little uneasy. Don't worry, Chocolate. I'll be here to help you, okay? I strongly believe in this idea. However, so I'll continue to push for it.
わかりました。でも改めて教えてください、作り方。やっぱり自信ないです。
Of course. I'll help her with the cake in the process. I'll also help wash away her anxieties. Her mother's coming to town in 2 weeks. We have our plan, and now we just need to continue it. Now we just need to put it into action.
それで今日はミルクレープパーティーなんだ。
Yep. I hope you girls are hungry.
もちろん処分に協力するよ。はあ、も
Yeah, but it's not cheesecake.
氷もちょっとでいいから食べてほしいです。味の感想欲しいので。見てるだけで胸焼けが。
Oh shit. Yuki and 19, hello.
ちょっとだけですよ。
Don't bite me. Dexter, you constantly talk about how you scare new people away. This is the worst time for someone new to join.
Thank you. どれも美味しい。
Some of them are a little overcooked, but that shouldn't impact the flavor too much.
味付けを変えてるとかはないんですね。全部一緒で。
Dexter, I think it would be better if you just shut the fuck up, you know? How'd you find us? That is a good question. Correct. We only made minor adjustments to the recipe and each like the amount of sugar and such. And Yuki, it's nice to meet you, and I hope to play this too. Is no hentai? Is it safe? I'm a girl, that's why I'm asking. It's... Well, any visual novels. This one's more on the wholesome side compared to other visual novels that I've played.
逆にちょっとレアチーズケーキは。
You've got like Amazing Grace, Sugar Sweet Temptation, Love Sweet Garnish, 99, almost. It definitely functions. It works. It definitely works well without the hate scenes. What else? Irosekai. Well, Irosekai is a bit iffy. There are ecchi scenes in it. That's the difference, right? it's look, if you're talking about no hate scenes specifically, all of the visual novels that I play on stream and that are on my main channel, except for Magical Marriage Lunatics, can be played with an all ages version. Nekopara is a bit iffy because the all ages version still has extremely lewd scenes, but they don't show any parts, so somehow you can stream it on Twitch.
そっちはやっぱり難しかったです。要研究ですね。
私は好きです。このレアチーズ。甘すぎないで。
I was just searching the category and I found you, and really thank goodness, so I'm glad this is safe. No, it's safe. It's not, it's wholesome. Except for when it's very obvious that there would be a hate scene where there would be a hate scene there if this wasn't the all ages version. But you know, that hasn't happened. Okay, maybe it's happened once in Chocolatte's route, but you know that it wasn't as bad in the other two girls' routes.
ただ売り物になるかは微妙ですね。
Oh god. Audio, you didn't hear that. We're putting that one on hold for now. Although, yes, I would like to reach that point eventually. The phone's ringing. My Tetsu? Ooh, I guess as well. I see, I have sweets, so I'm going to stream this. Yeah, look, the thing is, if you're looking for a visual novel that's engaging, I probably wouldn't go with Slice of Life. But if you're looking for wholesome ones, then I guess you would, yeah. Here's the thing, right? My Tetsu definitely... I love sweets, I meant. Yeah. What... Dexter, what other... is like... You've shown me Sugar Sweet Temptation and Love Sweet Garnish, who are both very heavily sweets based, except one is having the main character as the baker, and Sugar Sweet and Love Sweet Garnish is about the main character being the owner of the business. Marshmallow All the Way Home has a cafe setting. Yeah, there was also the cat cafe one, not Nekopara, it was fucking Amiro or something, right? Oh, oops. We're putting that on hold for now, although yes, I would like to reach that point eventually. Ah, the phone's ringing. Just a moment, girls. Amaro Chocolate, yeah. Our business phone started ringing, so I head downstairs to answer it. We're already closed for today. For the day. But we can still take outside calls after hours. Hi, you've reached Folkroll. How can I help you? You'd like to place an order? Sure. For what day? For tomorrow? Yes, I suppose we could make that work. Unsurprisingly, the call ended up being from a customer looking to place an order. There is an all-ages version too. Right. It is on Steam. Well, if it's on Steam, then you would expect an all-ages version, yes. The only problem is they need it for tomorrow. Listen, it's a lot better. They called at least one day in advance. It's a lot better than the orphanage, who called only a few hours in advance. Did I give you a Miro chocolate? No. But that's fine. It's technically possible, so we'll do it. I head back upstairs.
何だった?
St. Mary's. They wanted to place an order.
ああ、この前のマントホールの。
Oh, so So they learned from their mistakes last time and ordered in advance. The third one is being translated. Right. Except, here's the thing. The reason why you haven't gifted me a Marrow chocolate is because I don't like plain slice of life style visual novels. Because I want each episode / VOD in this case to be engaging. I'm thinking about gifting it to you. Bro, we're not doing this again. You know, you could stream it. I know I can stream it. The thing is it engaging enough? That's the question you should ask. Apparently, they were quite pleased with the last cake we made for them, enough to want to order another. Only this time, it's a regular-sized one. This has supernatural elements. Okay, I guess. But yes, there's just one teensy little problem. They need it for first thing in the morning. Ah! They didn't learn their mistakes! The fuck is wrong with them? And there's supernatural elements that are about the heroines. Right. So there's a reason why they're cat girls. It's not just a Nekopara thing where it's just is. Not all. Okay. They're needed for first thing in the morning. Not all the cat girls. Okay, shut up. There is a rabbit. Yeah. Kimono Mimi, then. Don't be fucking stingy about it. Is it Marrow chocolate safe too? Yes. Yes. Is it? I haven't played it yet. Would you like to wake me up when... would you like to wake up with me to bake it?
注文明日なの?
Yes. I don't think we ever told them our policy, so they may have just assumed last-minute orders were something we normally do. Who? Who would think that? Who?
あー、ごめん。僕あそこの子たちに注文は前の日にしてとしか言わなかったかも。
I'll play too. I love visual novels. Maybe here's the thing, right? See, Dexter, he only plays visual novels that have lollies in them. So there is an entire section of visual novels that are wholesome that don't have lollies in them that I will never be able to recommend because Dexter would not want me to play them. Our typical policy is that next day orders must be placed before 3 p.m. the day prior. Forget next day, this is next morning. You're given even less time than you would normally get. Once 3 p.m. hits, any advance orders are either pushed to the following day or we simply don't accept them. However, it seems Marrow didn't fully explain this to St. Mary's. Since we already accepted a last-minute order from them last time, they must have assumed that was normal for us. Can you send me the list instead I'd play them? Dexter, do you have a list? Especially since Marrow only told them to give us a single day's notice. GSS is not safe. No one brought up Gore Screaming Show. So don't bring it up either. If you'd asked for another Everest-sized cake, I probably would have hesitated more about accepting it. More about accepting it. But since they only want a normal-sized one, which I technically deliver on, I feel compelled to. Yeah, if it's wholesome. Dexter, they want wholesome... they want only wholesome Chungus visual novels. That, even if they're all ages versions, they are wholesome, and there isn't a lot of ecchi. I'll just politely explain our policy to them tomorrow. that should resolve the problem moving forward.
ちょっと慌ただしくなっちゃうけどね。僕手伝おうか。
No, I should be fine.
本当に？
That was a bad typo. Look, you have a lot more visual novels that... There are a lot more visual novels you've played, so you could definitely list off more visual novels than I've mentioned. I don't know if my Tetsu would count, because here's the thing with my Tetsu, right? While everything about my Tetsu is wholesome, there is the fact that they bathe a lot. But here's the thing, right? It's not... What's the word I would use? It's not in the same way you would think other visual novels would do it. Because in my Tetsu, whenever they're bathing, it's like it's not like a perverted thing, right? It's very clearly just them bathing, and there is nothing more to it than that. I don't know how to explain it. But other than that, that would also be another wholesome one. And then it's about trains. So if you're only focused on like sweets and stuff like that, like cafe themed visual novels or like anything similar to that, then my Tetsu would not be one of them. Well, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to let you handle a knife that early in the morning, so...
冷静だね。大丈夫、メル。メルは明日も学校ね。
But out of the ones I've played that are about sweets. Also, next up, Riddle Joker's not wholesome. Yeah, it's not wholesome. Well, okay. No, it isn't. Because there's a lot of scenes in Riddle Joker that that are perverted. Right? Like with Nanami in the changing room, or Ayase in the swimming pool, or anytime they're in the bathroom. Every time they're in the anytime they're bathing. Right? Those are not wholesome chunkish scenes.
私がいるから平気です。
But it's the same thing with Irasekai, right? Because like Irasekai's the with Irasekai, it's okay. Well, it's definitely not wholesome, but it's not ecchi. It's not very. It's hard to explain because like when I'm thinking about wholesome, I'm thinking about purely slice of life. But if you're thinking about not hate scenes, that includes things that aren't only wholesome, right? Like if you're talking, if you say like, if you think of a movie like any action movie, you don't think of it as wholesome, right? Most VNs we play aren't wholesome. Most VNs you tell me to play aren't wholesome. So yes, thanks, Chocolate. Admittedly, it would be tough to manage everything on my own tomorrow. But luckily, I can count on my trusted helper. I'm sorry if I'm giving you trouble. Listen, what visual novels have you played? You know that maybe I should have started off with that. What's your definition of wholesome? What kind of visual novels have you played on stream? Yeah, which means Chocolate and I will be alone.
私も手伝います。
Ori, stop. Huh?
手伝いますよ。
Oh
私
no!
ケーキ大好きですから。
I just realized she's drunk on sweets. hang on, Corey, are you... I don't even need to find that sentence. I think we all know what's happening here.
ちょっと甘いもの食べ過ぎたみたい。
A few too many Milo crepes are...
はあ、なんかくるくるしてふわふわします。
Doki Doki House. Interesting. I just looked it up. Otomes. Well, look, Dexter. I think you need to realize it makes sense. It just makes sense. But the problem is, right? I'm a guy. I think I'm straight. Australia's a tag. No, that's not. No, that's not what I mean. But when it comes to otomes, I wouldn't know what to recommend. Drunk on sweets. Oh yeah, that's Corey's gimmick. That it's kind of a spoilers in the fact that she doesn't eat a lot of sweets, right? She lives in a patissiere, but she mainly focuses on making coffee and tea, right? The bitter shit. Mary is the one who bakes the cakes before the main character joins them. But the reason why Corey doesn't eat a lot of sweets is because she gets drunk off of them. Explain how it works? I can't really do that. But it's a thing that happens. Arcana would be good. But it's like, if we're basing it off of Doki... What else have you played? Maybe another one I know. Well, not no. It doesn't necessarily need to be one I need to know, but one I'm aware of. Yeah, let's go with that one. Let's go with that. Because here's the problem, right? The only ones not even Otome. It's like, what would you call it? Here's the thing, right? The only... How would I refer to it as? It isn't an Otome, by the way. Yeah, don't be fooled by the name. It's not about a reverse harem. It's I actually no. There is a way I can refer to it. The only female targeted games, visual novels that I'm aware of, are Dramatical Murder and Diabolic Lovers. So when it comes to wholesome otomes, yeah. Even here's the thing, right? Dramatical Murder is a fucking BL, so it's just Diabolical Lovers that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe there's a few others, but I think there's a problem when I know more BL shit than reverse harem shit. I mean, when it comes to anime, I know more reverse harem shit, but when it comes to things that I've consumed to an extent, like Killing Stalking was the first manhwa I read, and that was all about two fucking gay dudes. One of them, you know, doing stuff that you probably shouldn't be doing to someone else. Would that personality VN be good, refined self? Well, that's a normal ass VN. You know what? I know Diabolical Lovers and is a Tome domain safe. No, it's not.
クロウさん、ちょっと抱っこ
Oh, okay.
ぎゅーしてください。
Right. Of course that happens. Right, sorry. I oblige. She always acts like just like a spoiled child when she's drunk, and for some reason I have a hard time saying no to her when she's like this. It's just okay. Yuki N. What else have you played?
ショコラさんはいつもこんなことできるんですか？いいですね。
Oh god, it's happening again. Cause like, yeah.
氷もいつでも OK ですよ。はーい。
She practically never does this, so I can't help but be a little embarrassed. This is why we did Corey's route first. You rarely ever hug me like this.
照れるクロウさん。私にはない反応です。
See, Dexter, you wanted Chocolat to get jealous? There you go. This is the most jealous she'll ever get. It looks like Corey's forwardness is starting to bother her too, although it's a little different. It's for a much different reason.
へへクロウさん。
Yes?
なぜでしょう、もやもやします。
This isn't going to end well for me, is it? Having woken up bright and early this morning, I immediately set out to work baking that cake.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
ツン
Chocolat.
ツンツンです。
See, Dexter, you wanted her to be jealous. Only the two for now. I'm thinking of playing Secret Agent. Interesting. Pirate site? Don't worry about it. I definitely haven't used Steam Unlocked ever. Definitely never used it before. Nope, you wouldn't catch me pirating games. I will not. Secret Agent looks interesting. It probably is good. Well, no, it probably will be good. My friend, give me the site. He is good and friendly. Yeah, I've definitely never used Steam Unlock before. Nope, man. you wouldn't catch me dead pirating anything. I used Ryu games. Well, yeah, Dexter. Obviously, you've used Ryu games because that's where you find Japanese VNs. I also definitely have never used Ryu games before. My God, I've never. Why is she still upset? I thought I explained myself pretty thoroughly after that incident with Corey, and she seemed to accept it, so why?
それが複雑な乙女心というやつですよ。
Oh, hello girls. Good morning.
おはようございます。甘いものがない国に旅に出たいのですが、どこか心当たりないですか？ ないよ。そんなこの世の地獄みたいな国。
I wish I could help you, but I have amnesia, so I see Mero and Corey off, then come back into the kitchen. Time to finish off the St. Mary's order. Could you get started with the icing chocolate?
はい。
I'm sorry, but my friend is not bad, and he did it for me. Look, don't worry about it. She's back to her usual self now. Thank goodness. She isn't jealous for long.
ケーキ一つくらいなら増えてもあまり変わりないですね。
But if secret agent... Because, okay, here's the thing, right? If it's on Steam and it's a Twitch category, it's probably a safe visual novel to play. Right? Ones that I've played on Twitch are like My Klutzy Cupid or My Tetsu. Nekopara, even though it's a Steam category, is definitely pushing it. It's definitely pushing it, especially in volume 1 and 2. In volume 1 and 3, volume 2 was pretty okay when it came to things that they show off. Riddle Joker is good. Like I said, if it's a Twitch category, it's probably safe. So, Clover Days as well. Also works, but yeah, basically, if you're trying to find Clover Days is a long VN, well, yeah, that's true. Indeed, as long as we're given a day's notice, it's typically not a problem, not from a workload standpoint at least. Oshizora and Memoria, the fan disc only, though. That's the problem. The real problem, well, you'll see soon enough. The cake comes out of the kiln a little while after that, and before long we finish decorating it as well. It's complicated. It's very complicated. It's just okay if you're looking for a visual novel to stream. If you find any interesting visual novels and you aren't sure if you can stream it, look through the categories, and if you see the game you can stream, I mean, if you see it as a category, you can stream it. If you don't, it's probably a bit iffy, but that's what the classification ratings are for. At the bottom of the Steam pages, the mature content descriptions, because that's why I will be streaming Future Radio after I finish Sugar Sweet Temptation, even though it isn't a category on Twitch, because Nekopara is my level of is my standard for, is this game streamable on Twitch? If not, if it doesn't have a category, then it doesn't have an all ages version. If it does have an all ages version, is it less lewd than Nekopara? If the answer is yes, then I could probably stream it. But that's a bit more complicated than it needs to be. The only reason I wanted to stream Future Radio is because I was at a point where I didn't really have any visual novels in my library that I could also stream. And the cake comes out of the kiln a little while after that, and before long we finish decorating it as well. See, because now Dexter's got his paycheck. Dexter got money, so he can give me more games on Steam. You see the problem now? You see the problem now? Glancing at the large bowl of leftover icing, the chocolate seems to put 2 and 2 together. We get our milk delivered daily, but we have to give our supplier the amount before 5 PM each day, which depends on the number of cakes we planned on making for the following day. Adding even a single cake means we'd need to increase our order. I found secret agent category. That's good. There's also an all ages. There's also an all ages version, so you can stream that on Twitch. Adding even a single cake means we'd need to increase our order. Since we didn't have time to do that yesterday, I had to use store-bought milk for the cake's icing instead, which is hard to measure out properly for a custom cake. Not to mention, fresh icing is an absolute must when it comes to baking cakes. As such, we're better off making too much, rather than risking making too little and needing to make another batch. Hence we've ended up with a bunch of leftover icing.
いっぱい余っちゃうんですね、生クリーム。
Indeed. I know there wasn't much we could do. I saw your YouTube, it looks nice. I'm glad you think that. Because I just feel it's a little lacking in the effort department when it comes to the episodes I release. I know there wasn't much we could do, much we could have done to avoid it, but it feels like a shame to just throw it out. Normally I'll do a reverse calculation every morning to ensure I don't end up with leftover ingredients by the end of the day. Look, let's just say that my channel is very much targeted towards men above the age of 18. I can't do this as easily with last-minute custom orders, so I was sort of expecting this to happen. I still feel bad about it, though.
そっか。プロのケーキ屋さんはこういうことも考えなくちゃなんですね。
Love your avatar, it's cute. I want to pet it. Well, there is a pet... There is a channel reward... wait, what... There is a channel redeem you can do that lets you pet my model. We sure do. Make sure you remember that. Considering costs is a natural part of running any business, and patissiers are no exception to that. In my case, Mary's grandfather had already compiled loads of data for me, so all I have to do is reference that calculate. Wait, what? All I have to do is reference that calculate based on how many cakes I need to bake in a given day. Is reference... Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't even know how to fix that sentence. Since Chocolat wants to open her own patissier someday, this is a very important lesson for her to keep in mind.
勉強になりました。
She glances back over at the leftover icing, then after a few moments...
もったいないです。でも、夢が叶うかも。これ、捨ていいですか?
She holds up the piping bag, filled with icing, a look of pure excitement on her face. We went from talking about business to eating sweets in a span of about 5 seconds. Talk about a complete 180. That's just like her, though. Sure. Just take off the piping tip first.
Why?
Yeah, you don't want the CG to have you covered in icing like the last time. I love the uniform, cute. Yeah, it's pretty cute. The bag itself is disposable, so it's perfectly fine from a hygiene standpoint. Mary does it all the time, actually. She removes the metal tip, then brings the bag up to her lips.
Ow.
Then she starts sucking icing directly out of the star-shaped hole at the end of it. That doesn't sound very sanitary. That sound should not be played. She's so adorable. She's just eating icing out of the piping bag. Okay, there's nothing. There's no other sound. I mean, there's nothing else that would be able to. This is a wholesome visual novel. Before long, her mouth is completely filled with icing. I don't know how she can stomach that much icing at once, but I guess girls do really love sweets.
幸せです。
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
クロウさんも一口いかが？
Sure. To be honest, I've been surrounded by icing for the past month now. It normally wouldn't even be the type to want to eat it directly from the piping bag. Well, especially directly from the piping bag, because you're going to be piping that onto onto a cake. You'll probably be delivering to. I want Frosty to. Well, when she asked me that with such a big smile, I'd feel bad. I'd feel kind of bad about saying no. I mean, true. I'm craving cake too now. Just a little bit though.
はい。
Chocolate holds out the piping bag and in my mouth and put my mouth on the end of it. Stop using that sound effect. She gives it a hard squeeze. Oh. Sorry, that was a lot more than I was expecting. I ended up choking on it a bit and even spit some of it out. I managed to turn away just in time, so I didn't get any on her, but some of it got onto my own face and neck. Okay, we don't need to loot you, okay? We don't even know you.
すいません。強かったです。
We don't even know what you look like. Yeah, just a bit. I said just a bit, so I thought she'd get the message, but apparently not. Did she squeeze that hard when she was eating it? This girl really loves sweets. Really likes sweets. I like her. Yeah, she is cute. All three girls have passes today, including Chocolat. So today, for the first time in a while, I'll be opening the store myself. Admittedly, I can't help but feel a little lonely.
ショコラさんは最近腕がめきめき上達していますね。
そうですか？
ええ、フォルクロールに通っているのだったか。良い場所を見つけましたね。ケーキだけならば私もあの店のマスターには及ばない。
Yeah, you know, they didn't have enough budget to draw a culinary school background setting, so they're just gonna use the generic backstreet background. She has a brother, yeah. He's very insecure about his height.
と、今は2代目でしたか。
2代目というか。
Oh god.
まあ、私は洋菓子全般を務めるパティシエ。ケーキ以外では負ける気はないが。あ、そうそう。ガトー君にはさっき話しましたが。
そうだショコラ。母上がこっちに来る日にちが決まったぞ。
He seems to love his sister. Indeed he does. Chocolat, is something the matter? A little while after we closed for the day, Chocolat dropped by to visit. After a little prodding, she explains what she'd just heard from Gateau.
月曜日？
来週の頭じゃないですか。
そうなんです。ママったらいつもスケジュールキツキツで、急に言い出したと思ったらもう1週間もないです。
Maybe she just wanted to see her kids as soon as possible.
かもですけど。
もうあまりのんびりしている時間はありませんね。
ケーキと歴史のお話？お母さんに見せたいもの両方。
What did I miss? They piped icing into their mouths, and Chocolat found out when her mom's coming to Koea. we'll have to pick up the pace a bit, huh?
はい。
Let's just say the sound effect I used for the piping sound effect.mp3 definitely was a sound effect. Which is when? They haven't said anything, they haven't mentioned it yet. Can I hear? Well...
ドーナツそろそろ帰るわよ。これでどうです？うん、美味しそうだよ、ミルクレープ。
クロウさんに負けず劣らず綺麗にできてます。
あとはこれをお母さんが来た時に出せれば完璧だね。緊張します。あとこの町の歴史のことうまく説明できるようにまとめておきたいです。
そういえば願いを叶えるダイヤのお話、結局どうなったか聞いてませんでした。
Why not try explaining it to Corey? It's chocolate. I think it'll be good practice.
そうですね。わかりやすく解説をお願いします。ちょうどダメなところのチェックにもなりますし。
はい。では、この町にはですね、お願い事を叶えてくれる妖精さんのお話があって、そうだ、まずはここが笛吹きの谷って呼ばれることから、あれ？でもそれより金貨のお話？そうそう、川がですね。
Probably go chronological order. It's a good thing you're testing this before your mom gets here. Like that, we continue preparing for the day Chocolate's mother would arrive. It may seem strange that she'd have to prepare for her mother's visit, but Chocolate also doesn't get to see her very often. As such, I'd say it's only natural to want to make her... want to make the most out of those opportunities, few and far between as they are. Put very simply, I think this is Chocolate's way of expressing her love for her mother.
だからこちらもサポートするのに異論はない。
I just hope we get to see her, and she's not a faceless character like Granddad and Komachi's mom. Grandmom. Mom. I don't remember. Thanks, Yato.
母上に喜んでいただきたいのは僕も同じだからな。ショコラはもちろんとして。
I'm glad these two are such close siblings. Now that you mention it, this'll be your first time seeing your mother in a while too, right, Gato?
ああ、そうなるな。
Does I need to be an editor? What? Mod is the highest position you can give to a chatter. What are you talking about?
お母さんには甘えるの？
甘えるか。いくつだと思ってるんだ。
お兄ちゃんはもう大人だから独り立ちしてるです。
Oh?
お兄ちゃんはすごいです。ママがいる時でも一緒のベッドで寝るのは10歳の時には卒業してました。
Right?
10歳？
Yeah, when he was 10.
10歳。
違う。それまでも別に一人で大丈夫だったけど、ショコラが言うからその。
No, we get it. I think sleeping together at that age is okay, but just barely.
ギリギリ言うな。
The days continued to fly by, and before I know it, it's already Friday.
明日土曜日だけど、明日も？
No, it's Friday tomorrow. Okay, what do you got? Edit stream info must be an editor to access. How does that make sense? I can't even give you the... I don't have the option to give you an edit... Make you editor. I think so. Just to put the finishing touches on.
せっ かくのお休みなのに大変ですね。
That's true. Now that you mention it.
一段落した後時間があったらショコラを誘ってどっか軽く遊んできたら？
What the fuck? That wasn't a banned term before. Maybe I will. A little breather might be just what she needs. Actually, I know why it took me so long to read that word. So we won't have much time to go anywhere, except for maybe the shopping district again. Just then, I noticed something lying on the table that's been here for a few days now. Oh yeah. I'd totally forgotten about that. The next day.
おはようございます、クロウさん。
I appreciate your CG, but it's not a new one. Likewise.
今日もショコラちゃん、ケーキの試作をするので？
That's right. Just putting on finishing touches on it before Monday, basically.
それを処理する係が必要ですね。
Yes, I suppose. You're free to be that person if you'd like.
Why?
Incidentally, Mero and Corey have been primarily responsible for polishing off the prototypes from this week, since they weren't suitable for customers. On a somewhat unrelated note, is it just me, or does Komachi's face seem a little punchier lately? Don't mention it to her.
おはようございます。
Good morning. Having apparently had culinary school this morning. Dexter, what the fuck are you doing? Chocolate arrives dressed in her uniform. What's the plan today, everyone?
この後お母様にお聞かせするお話のスピーチの最終確認です。なんだか楽しくなってきたので原稿にしました。もうこれを覚えて喋っちゃってください。
Nothing out of the ordinary there. Corey's nothing if not meticulous.
それからケーキ作り。こっちはもうほとんど問題ないから最後のお試しね。食べるのは僕に任せて。任せて？はい、私もいっぱい食べます。
That sounds like a great plan. I plan on dropping by town hall after we're finished with the cake. Would you like to come with me, Chocolate?
市役所？あ、
Realization eventually dawns on her face. We still have to return that encyclopedia to the library. It's not just... I'd only just remembered about it when I saw it in my room last night. And it's a good thing I did, because we're really cutting it close here. The deadline for returning it is tomorrow, after all. I thought it was last week. If I hadn't remembered last night, I would have had to ask someone to return it for me tomorrow. Yeah, I would have been too busy here. Too busy here.
すいません。私も忘れてました。もちろん、私も一緒に行きます。
Sounds good. With that, our plan for the day is officially set.
どうせならホワイトボードを使ってお話しするのがいいと思うんですが、どうでしょう？
さすがにそれはハードル上がっちゃいます。
残念。
We gather upstairs in Corey's room to discuss the speech. Unsurprisingly, Corey's having more fun discussing strategy than Chocolate is.
腹減ったケーキケーキ。
After that, we head downstairs to try our latest Millet Crepe prototype, and unsurprisingly, Mero and Komachi are having significantly more fun here as well. I can edit the labels. Well, I don't know how to make you an editor, and I don't think I want to make you an editor.
疲れました。
Indeed. This little break might be just what both of us needed, huh? Backed by the setting sun, we leave Folkroll behind and begin our journey into town. Rather than head straight for the library, we decided to spend a little while wandering around town for a change of pace. Yeah, the only thing I could do is unmod you, warn you, ban you, timeout you. I can't even delete messages. Unless there's something somewhere. Go to your created dashboard, click on the community option in the menu, and then roles manager. Right. I'm not going to do that. That's too much work.
おや、今日もデートかい？
はい。
最近寒いから風邪ひかないよう気をつけるんだよ。
Not like they almost froze to death before. Various townsfolk stop to greet us while we're out and about. And neither of us have lived here for very long, but we're already blended in with the locals quite well. We've already blended in with the locals quite well.
ここを通るのちょっと怖いです。
Just watch your step this time, all right? It looks like she's still a bit traumatized from that tumble into the river she took the other day. Also, if she's tall enough where she can slip over the railing, then that railing isn't fucking tall enough, you know? Don't make me have less work so that I can make you an editor. What do you, bro? I can help more. With what? Excuse me? I promise I won't break anything. Okay, what does it say? Go to your created dashboard, click on the community option in the menu, then roles manager. Roles manager. I can add editor. There. You're an editor now. Don't you dare do anything. She came out of it okay, but if even a single thing had gone differently, that could have gone a lot worse for her. Frankly, it was a miracle that she survived that. Although I'm a huge fan of this theory, but it makes me think that there really are wish-granting diamonds, and that one of them came to our rescue back there. Honestly, bro.
あら。
Oh, Ira,
どうも。
the worst character in the game. Now I can change the labels. Okay, so now I can blame you if I accidentally keep on the politics tab, the politics label. After bumping into Ira, we decide to head back to the library together. Yes, exactly. But somewhere along the way, our journey ended up taking us here again.
今日も午後からは時間外なんだけど。
He heads over to the desk at the back of the room and rings a small bell resting atop it.
はいはい。持ってきたで。
What? Thank you.
そちゃですけど。
Did I add the holy tag? Don't start adding tags just because I made you an editor now. She placed the tray on the table with a few mugs of expensive-looking green tea.
ああ、茶柱。
Yeah, it's the real shit, right? It's not the fake green tea.
何よ、そのこの洋風な部屋で番茶かよって顔は。
No, I definitely wasn't thinking that at all. I'll admit I was a little thrown off, but it's not like I was going to complain about it. I could set the title anyway, without being an editor. Yeah, I know that. You've done that before. Keeping those thoughts to myself, I relaxed on one of the sofas and quietly sipped my tea.
せや、もう一つ。こないだ注文してたもん、届いたみたいやで。
The small girl hands Ira a small cardboard box.
何だったかしら。
誰かへのプレゼントですか？
特に注文した覚えなんて。あれ？何これ？市のクレジットから出してるじゃない。
After opening the box and taking a look inside, realization dawns on her face, and she immediately starts panicking. She then reaches inside and pulls out what appears to be a necklace. A rather nice-looking one, too, boasting a series of large multi-carat gemstones, conjoined with a rustic black leather case, and giving off a high-quality, expensive overall image. It even comes attached to a fancy-looking platinum chain.
ああ、キラキラですね。
うわー、しまった。こないだ酔いながら見た通販誌にあったやつだ。
Oh! She is an impulsive buyer when she's drunk. I can make people VIP. You could have made people VIP before I turned you into an editor.
市の予算なら買えるわよねって遊んでたら、そのまま注文しちゃってたんだ。忘れてた。
How? You just click on their name and click the diamond button. She takes the necklace out of the box, black leather case and all. Or you can exclamation mark VIP, I guess. I think that works. Or slash VIP? Yeah, that works too. It's not exclamation mark. Oh wait. Is that case actually attached to the necklace itself?
これ、何ですか？
なんでもないわ。ハイランド、こんなのそっちで弾いといてよ。
意図の不明なものはまずあなたの判断を仰げとあなたから命じられましたので。
ぐぬ、へりくつを。こんなもん私費で買ったなんて結構なレベルの横領だわ。すぐ返品するのよ。メーカーの電話番号どこ？
She's embezzling funds when she's drunk. That's great.
あなたがよく暇つぶしにみかんを食べながらぐだぐだ読んでる通販誌の束ならこちらです。
Oranges.
ぐだぐだ。
なんでプライベート情報を絡めたハイランド！
Hang on, what did... You should find it somewhere among these mail order catalogs. The ones you often read while lazying about and stuffing your face with oranges.
なんでプライベート情報を絡めたハイランド！
Ira and her co-workers, leave the room. Left to our own devices, Chocolate and I naturally turn our attention to the necklace Ira left on her desk. Wait, this isn't a necklace at all. Oh, I see now. The gems are actually attached to this leather part. The platinum chain is also attached to the leather part. The fucking bag.
ジュエルは本物です。
This thing must have been really pricey. And indeed, it's no necklace at all. Rather, it's basically a very expensive pet collar. Oh, it's a fucking collar. I think. Kinky. Which means the platinum chain is a leash.
こんな
Kinky.
のをワンちゃんにつけるんです。
The world's filled with all kinds of people, so it wouldn't surprise me to find someone with that particular hobby. I can think of countless famous people, for example, who dress up their pets in gold, silver jewelry. The whole shebang.
へい。
Kinky, you probably shouldn't do that.
はい。でもキラキラです。
I can't believe she just put something that expensive around her neck without even thinking about it. I know her family's really rich and all, but Well, that's that's not even the main problem here. That's a college chocolate for pets and for kinky people.
あ、そうでした。
And she can't take it off.
じゃあ、にゃんにゃん。
That's even worse than not being able to take it off. She started pretending to be a cat. She's so adorable. I was gonna say if they used that as the CG. Don't walk her around. Okay.
おはよう。寒っ。
We dodged a bullet. They fucked in the.
何？この気温で窓開けてるわけ？
What did we? Yes, we just wanted to get some fresh air.
匂いがこもっちゃいますからね。
They aren't even being subtle about it. They fucked with the collar on.
匂い？
なんでもないです。
I was joking about Chocolat being kinky. I mean, it shouldn't be surprising when they fucked while freezing to death. The first time they confessed to each other. And then they did it again. Let's not talk about the second time they did it. But what the fuck? Why they couldn't have left Ira's room first? They couldn't Ira's office? We definitely did dodge a bullet. We did not dodge that bullet. No, we did. What the fuck? More importantly, do you know when that supplier person is coming?
昼頃じゃないかしら。朝のうちは来ないわ。
There's a reason there wasn't a CG. Because the CG was in the H scene. In that case, could I ask you to look after Chocolat for me? I have some work to attend to back at the store.
私もこの後ドーナツやきなこの散歩なんだけど。
Did they break it? Surely not. Oh, I see. That complicates things.
私は一人で大丈夫です。
しばらくならいいわよ。散歩ってのも30分くらいだし。
What the fuck happened in the H scene that is like that Crow has to keep Chocolat here? Well then, I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay, Chocolat? I head back to open up the store. I know I warned her about this, but I'm still really worried. I need to finish my work to get back to her as soon as possible.
あ、いた！クロウさん、大変です。
Did Komachi eat too much and now she's shitting herself? I'm sorry.
というわけで、この町の開拓を支えたアリス川は願いを叶えるダイヤとして昔話の中で語られるようになったのです。
Why is she practicing with Ira?
以上です。どうです？
そうね。いいんじゃないかしら。理屈の上ではちゃんと詰められているし、読み物としても面白いわ。
Interesting enough. Okay, bro.
ま、全部が全部正解とは言わないけどね。私たちは別にダイヤの採掘を仕事にしてたわけじゃなく、趣味でキラキラしたものを集めてただけだし。
Also, who's we? You weren't alive at that time.
はい。
Elected? Yeah.
なんでもない。ねえ、今のお話を聞いて一つ、多分あなたも引っかかってると思うんだけど、物流に便利な川を明け渡した。ただそれだけのことを願いを叶えるなんて言い換えるのはちょっと不自然じゃないかしら。
Don't fucking doubt her. Don't make her doubt herself.
それはもともと空から金貨を届ける妖精さんのお話があって、そちらがお願いを叶えてくれるって話があるから。
混同したと。まあありがちよね。でもどうして混同したのかな。人間たちが伝え語る物語はどれもどこかにお願い事とそれを叶える何かが登場するわ。今回のダイヤも無理やり登場させてる。昔から疑問だったのよね。もしもこの世にお願い事を叶えてくれるそんな妖精さんがいるとして、そいつらはどうしてそんなことをするのか。あなたはどう思う？あのボンクラより面白い答えをくれる？
What?
願いを叶えるダイヤ、お願いを聞いてくれる妖精さん。どうして人間たちはいつの時代もそんなものを求めているのかしら。
それは
Wham.
クロウさん？
何？準備ってもう終わったの？
No. I have a bit of an emergency situation on our hands. We have a bit of an emergency situation on our hands. Ira, I need to get chocolate out of that collar right away. And may need to do so forcefully. Is that alright with you? Ah, so that's what happened. I told you it was stuck on her fucking neck.
ダメよ。壊したら返せなくなるじゃない。
I'll try not to break it then. I take out the pair of pliers I brought with me. Ira immediately panics when she sees this, probably thinking I'm about to cut her out of it. But without saying a word, I stick the tip of the pliers into the collar's keyhole, with the broken key still inside. Grabbing the key with the pliers, I give it a quick, forceful turn. With an audible click, the collar unlocks.
取れました。
I really should have done this yesterday. Sorry, Chocolat. Bro, they've been here the entire fucking day. They've been here overnight.
あったく。
I was confused why he needed to open up the store because it was Saturday, but no, it's fucking Sunday. I may have damaged the keyhole a bit while I was unlocking it, but it was already a defective lock anyway, so it shouldn't impact her being able to return it. Sorry, Ira. I'll give you a proper apology later. I'm in a bit of a hurry at the moment, I'm afraid.
はいはい。もう来なくていいわ。
Thanks, Chocolat. We need to go.
おい。
I grab the confused looking Chocolat by the hand. We rush back to Folkroll as quickly as possible. There are two reasons why I'm in such a rush right now. The first is that I still have to get the store ready in time for opening. Second, much more important one is... I burst through the front door. We're back, everyone.
もう、何ですか、クロウさん。本当だったのね。このお店に厄介になってるって。
I mean, if they're gonna use the CG for anything, I guess they could use it for her mom. But like, why the fuck did it take so long? Just because they had hate scenes. I predicted it. Well,
会うのが一日繰り上がってしまったわ。
母上、スケジュールの連絡はもっと密にお願いします。
こっちも予定外だったのよ。第一、ショコラがパティシエになるための修行として山田先生だけでなくこのお店にも厄介になっていること言わなかったのはあなたじゃない。
her voice sounds odd. I need to know who who voices her. And the problem is, I don't know if it will show it on BNDB. Because Chocolat's mom is such a fucking, like, no-name character. You might have to show spoilers. Well, I've already played through most of the game anyway, and no, it's even with spoilers, it doesn't... There isn't a thing.
それははい。
でも不思議なものね。
I don't know, might be fucking Osono's voice actress. Yeah.
ショコラの先生になってもらおうと、この町一番のケーキ屋さんに助力をお願いしに来たら、すでにショコラがお世話になっていただなんて。
Or it might be Chocolate's voice actress, I don't know. Chocolate's eyes are still wide with shock, as they have been since we came through the door. Not that I blame her, we were quite surprised ourselves, though for a completely different reason. This woman looks way too young to be Chocolate's mother. For one thing, if anything, her incredibly sharp wit and playful demeanor make her seem more like Chocolate's older sister. Has to be Chocolate's VA? Yeah, either way, the resemblance is incredibly striking. One look at her beautiful face and her long, silky blonde hair is all I needed to recognize her as a member of Chocolate's immediate family. As she turns to face Chocolate, however, her warm, compassionate expression can only be described as motherly. MILF, yeah. Not that I had any doubts in the first place, but when I saw that, I knew straight away this woman is Chocolate's mother. She was originally going to come next week. Well, tomorrow, you mean? Before it was moved to tomorrow, and now here she is. Oh, yeah. The original plan was next week.
へへへ。町一番のケーキ屋を探してうちに来るってのはナイス判断だよ、お母さん。
まあ、というか、この町にはここ以外洋菓子屋がないんですが。
Unlike Chocolate, the other two girls have had time to get over their surprise.
一流のパティシエになるためにうちで修行させようってアイデアもとてもいい。何せうちは世界一のケーキ屋さんだから。
Stop trying to gas up your establishment. No, you aren't.
今日は心ゆくまで。工場はよろしくてよ。肝心のケーキはまだ出てこないのかしら。すいません。
Evidently, she's absolutely as strong-willed as I've heard.
開店は11時からです。ショコラさんのお母様ということで特別に入れましたが、ケーキは11時までは出せません。
Yeah, let's not talk about why. Let's not talk about why Crow was not here in the morning.
あらそう。困ったわね。
Her strict adherence to reason is also just like Ghetto's. I could see where he gets that from.
まあ、あと数時間待ってください。今うちの料理長が最高のケーキを焼いていますし、ここからはそのベストパートナーも入ります。
That's right. We'll get started straight away. I head into the kitchen. I wonder if Chocolate will join me. I wouldn't blame her if she wanted to stay out here and chat with her mother. Yeah, but she needs to make the Millie crepe.
ママ、ちょっと待っててください。
She confidently declares, then follows me into the kitchen. We're going to need to move quickly. Are you ready?
もちろんです。ママにあげたいもの全部準備はできてます。あとは願いを叶えるだけですから。
Of course that was the ending. Of course that was the ending. How fucking anticlimactic. Look, all I'm gonna say is, epilogue of course is gonna be epilogue. Look, all I'm gonna say is, the conflict in Chocolat's route didn't exist. So, it's much better than Meru's route. because at least the conflict in Meru's route, the conflict in Chocolat's route isn't egregiously contradictory to Corey's route. Right? I swear, there's another CG with a baby. Whoa! Hang on a minute. You can't show that. that's in the 18 plus version exclusively. Why the fuck? That was in the opening too, bro. Like, why is it in the opening? If it isn't in the all ages version. It's like, it isn't showing anything. You know? It's like Nekopara Volume 1, where they aren't showing anything. Probably a chocolate and a mum eating cake, right? I swear to God, if the epilogue is right after, that would be BM.
だからこいつは勝手に壊れたのよ。
It
勝手に
is!
壊れたんだから返品よ返品。
I
文句ある？
fucking hate you. Why do you have an epilogue that's happening right after?
ったく。
相変わらず強引やな。
あの交渉術で我々一族も川などという誰でも使えるものと引き換えにこの町の市長なんて安泰な椅子を手に入れたのです。
町の人には悪いことしたわ。
はい、もしもし。ああ。もしもし、森田さん、赤井です。例の彼がいなくなってもう2ヶ月になるんですけど、何か知りませんか？
Why are we getting this now? Also very quiet. A bit too quiet. Like,
環境の設定です。
could we like, you know.
ボイス音量の設定です。
さあ、
例の彼がいなくなってもう2ヶ月になるんですけど、何か知りませんか？そちらの笛吹きの谷にフラッと出かけたきりなんですけど。
Extremely quiet. Too quiet. Why is it so quiet? Is it Kai's mother? Kai is something to Crow.
あ、今は笛屋町でしたっけ？今でも市長さんをやってるんですよね。ええ。何か知りませんか？せめて彼の持っていった金貨だけでも見かけたとか。
GF. Imagine it was his wife.
知らないわね。
What? The fuck is this? I mean, I know the gold coin is related to Crow, but like, what the fuck is this? Like, obviously it was related to him. Like, you couldn't have thought it was related to anything other than him. He was on the roof at the start of the game. The coin would not be there since the opening of the fucking Folkroll, so there is only one other reason why it would be in there. They can't end it there. No shit, they can't end it there. They haven't answered anything. So they better answer something, or else I'm giving this fucking Vienna a 4 out of 10.
教えたったらええのに、いけずやな。
別に。私らと似たような連中なんだし、時間はたっぷりあるでしょ。
He's just like us. What are you talking about? You fucking hate him. What?
それに。
Arrow? Are you in here?
あら。
あらら、ニアミス。
What was?
なんでもない。まだ何か用？この後散歩で忙しいんだけど。
Oh, I was wondering if you were able to return that collar.
できましたのでご心配なく。 できたというか、無理やりしたというか。
I see. Well, I'm glad to hear it worked out. Here, I baked this cake for you three.
サンキュー
I heard from Chocolate earlier. Apparently, you gave us some pointers on her speech, Ira. I wanted to thank you for that. Except that she couldn't reach the conclusion that she wanted her to. That's a very confusing sentence. Chocolate couldn't reach the conclusion Ira wanted her to. Oh, I'm referring to the speech about the wish-granting diamonds. She should be giving it to her mother right about now. I think it'll go much smoother for her for her since she rehearsed it with you.
あっそ。
She rehearsed with you.
願いを叶えるダイヤのね。
She shrugs her shoulders in mock resignation. Oh, that reminds me. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention earlier.
は？
それでですね、この町の発展には川が大事なので、それをもともと住んでいた人たちに伝えたと考えられます。
You were fucking smack bang on the money. Why? I don't care about her mother anymore. I've already seen her. She's a MILF. What else do I need to sell? I need fucking answers on Crow. Don't tease us about Crow and then not say anything. You need answers for Crow? No, you don't. You don't need answers for Crow. You didn't finish Chocolate's route. You only did Corey's route. You didn't care about Crow.
こうして川を共用することがこの町に住む人たちにはとても大事なことになって。
I have a bad feeling that nothing's gonna get answered. But I watched you play it. You fucking spelled play wrong twice.
すごいわ、ショコラ。こんな話、本当に自分で調べたの？
Clap.
ほとんどクロウさんに聞いたことですが。
Yeah, that's what Chocolate and Crow did in Ira's office.
とても興味深い。歴史学の題材にもなりそうだわ。今度の調査先にこの町を候補に入れようかしら。
Last night.
ママが喜んでくれると思っていっぱい調べてよかったです。
Stop spamming. Wish-granting diamonds, wish-granting fairies. You asked me before why there were so many stories that featured such things, right?
ええ。
I believe it's because even in this day and age, there are still so many wishes that go unfulfilled. Well, yeah, why do you think people make so many stories about fucking genies? Wow, I never would have guessed.
でしょうね。
What do you mean, probably? But there's one other reason as well. Yes, and I think it's the most important reason of all.
こうなるとこちらの手土産のなさが気になるわね。最高のケーキ屋さんを紹介してびっくりさせたかったのに、まさか先にもうお邪魔していたなんて。
Also, like, that is not a Millet crepe. that ain't Millet crepe, bro. That's a fucking chocolate cake. I forgot what it's called. Because it's like it's the cake where there's like it's like I forget, why did I think that? No, it's chocolate cake with I forgot what it's called, because it's like, what even is Daifuku? Daifuku is fucking it's mochi essentially, right? But this cake looks like it's. I can't even say what it. It's basically just like all frosting. I don't know what it's called. It's like pudding, I guess you could say that. Like pudding cake? I don't Mousse? Yeah, I guess. It's something similar. I forgot what it was called. Or is it just mousse cake? Either way, that ain't... Look, either way... Sponge? No. Chiffon? I definitely don't think that's it either. Because chiffon cakes are the ones with the hole in the middle. Souffle is definitely not true either. Because souffle is extra airy. Well, cream cake. That's not a cake. That whatever. Either way, that's not a melee crepe.
でもそのために一日早く来て約束を取り付けようとしたそんなママの気持ちが嬉しいです。
Dexter, where are you? What website did you go on to find to look at these cake names? Or did you just search up types of cakes and Google AI? Okay. I think it's because we want to fulfill those wishes. Cakes similar to mousse. Okay. Yeah, that's why we dream up all those things and pass those stories down throughout our history, because we'll do whatever it takes to make those wishes come true. Also, I think whatever her name was, I think it was Crow's mum, right? Even if we have to have to commit our entire lives to granting them, or in some cases throw our lives away, it's just in our nature as people. Or sister. No, what do you mean hopefully mum? I'm the one into MILFs. You're the one into little sisters. Sometimes though, that isn't enough. In fact, more often than not, people's wishes still go unfulfilled. I like Corey. Well, she's technically not a sister. Well, no. She isn't a sister. She becomes a mum, but she is a lolly. Look, I know there's Lolly Baba, right? But I don't think Crow's mum would be one of those. Even though every character has a lolly face, that doesn't mean all of them are lolly, right? Case in point, the girl in front of you. But that just motivates us to want to grant them even more. In my opinion, the presence of wish-granting plot devices in folktales is reflective of that desire, or that aspect of human nature.
つまり人間様は無償の愛があるから、それがお話って形で出てきちゃうと。
Yes. What else would it be? Sure, I suppose that's another way of looking at it.
バカじゃない？
Okay, fuck you. We get it. You're Duma. You're a Duma. She scoffs. You're cynical of the world. Not everyone's like you. Just because you're the mayor of the fucking foyer doesn't... Okay, I can see why she might think that's a little far-fetched. But I happen to have proof, and that proof is right in front of me, wagging his tail.
と、ごめんね、きなこ。すぐ行くわ。
Ira quickly throws on her coat and starts getting ready to leave. I've got to get going as well, so I'll follow her out. By the way,
Huh?
I call out to her from behind. You take them out quite often, don't you? Do you like going for walks?
別に。ただこの子たちが言うから。
What do you mean, no? Yes, you do. That's so. It's because you want to grant their wishes, right? Oh no, her worldview has been shattered because she doesn't want to be positive.
うっさい
Go fuck yourself. Unironically the worst character in this game.
ママ、こっちも食べてください。ミルクレープ、私の一番好きなのです。
That ain't Millet crepe. I do not see any layers in that fucking cake.
はいはい。
I should be seeing thin layers in between each fucking thing. But there aren't any.
ショコラ楽しそうだね。
なんだかギクシャクしてるみたいなこと言ってたけど、ごくごく仲のいい親子ですよね。
Like that one, the slice. Yeah, no, the slice was a lot more egregious, considering it was closer to the camera, so the layers would be more noticeable than the whole cake.
セーブ画面です。
I didn't mean to do that.
ショコラは特別好きな人には照れ屋だからな。毎回会う前はギクシャクしてしまうさ。
This better be a long ass epilogue, okay?
なるほど。にしても、あの昔話のお話するなら、例のあの金貨残ってればよかったのにね。
もっと信憑性が出ましたよね。歴史学者のお母様が見れば何か発見があったかもですし。
どこ行っちゃったんだろうね、あれ。
さあ、クロウさんが来る直前、空から落ちてきた金貨もちょうどあんな模様が書いてありましたよね。
あっちもいつの間にか消えちゃったっけ。確かクロウくんを見つけたあたりで急に。
Wait, so Crow had 2 coins.
何だったんでしょうか。
Stop! Just give me answers! Stop fucking...
あ、そうだママ。もう一つとても大事なお話あります。
Stop fucking tiptoeing around the thing that everyone wants to know! Who the fuck is Crow?
ところでメルさん、
何？
私たちショコラさんがお母様が来ても大丈夫かばかり心配してましたけど。
Yeah? Yeah, what about it? Come on, go on.
さっきの彼と？
Okay, okay.
はい、クロウさん。私の将来を決めた人でですね。待ちなさい、ショコラ！年が違いすぎるじゃない！
一番大丈夫じゃないのはクロウさんなのでは。
I'm sure it's fine. But who the fuck is he? What do you mean? Complete Chocolate's route! Please! Please! What is... Please! Probably shouldn't do this.
お待たせ、オリちゃん。
Actually, no, I should do this because I said that I wouldn't finish streaming until I finished the game. I didn't say I would end it off at Chocolat's route. I said I would finish the fucking game.
いつものことながらちょっと遅いです。
Don't tell me it's exclusive to the H team, the 18 plus version, you know? It's not like fucking Master Magistrate.
ようやく春だね。
だんだん暖かくなってきましたね。まだ雪はいっぱいだけど。
It's spring, but there's still snow, yeah.
ポルクとロールもそろそろ起きるかな。
ガメさんが冬眠から覚めるのはもうちょっとでしょうか。
Did I think... Was it ever brought up that the name Folkroll is related to turtles? Folk and roll.
冬が終わっちゃったか。結局妖精さんの夜あんまり見れなかったな。
That's because Corey didn't go into the forest enough times.
仕方ないですよ。あれ大変だし。春が来て暖かくなって。
Bro, what do you mean those take a lot of effort? Don't expose yourself to Meru just because she might not catch on to what you meant.
妖精さんの季節も終わりです。
妖精さんの季節か。そういえばもう随分と経つけど、いつまで経ってもクロウくんの記憶戻らないね。
Of course she hasn't had his memory back.
妖精さんの季節か。
そうですね。
やっぱりクロウくん妖精三節が有力だよね。だから人間になったせいで元の記憶をなくしちゃったんだよ。
無茶な推理をするならせめて根拠くらいあげましょうよ。まあクロウさんが不思議な、それこそ妖精さんみたいに私たちのお願いに応えてくれた人なのは確かですけど。
おじいちゃんが怪我してうちが潰れるかもって時に急に現れたもんね。
不思議です。
やっぱり妖精さんだよ。
否定はできないかも。
でもそうなるともうお店が大丈夫になったらクロウくんどうするんだろう。
Here's the problem, right? The problem with the epilogue is that it doesn't come right. It isn't an epilogue for any character's route, which means that it will never be mentioned which character he's dating. Because this is the epilogue you see after you've finished every character's route. That's the worst part.
そうですね。本当に救いに来てくれた妖精さんなら都合よく記憶が戻るのではないでしょうか。
The other worst part is if you did Chocolate's route first, you would have been teased the fuck out. You would have been teased since the Chocolate's route and would have had to do Meru and Corey's route as well. Thank fuck I did her route last.
そう考えると楽しみだね。何せ
Because you actually get nothing in fucking Meru's route, and you get nothing in Corey's route. You get less than nothing in Meru's.
こんにちは。
おお、メルちゃん、迎えに来てくれたのかい？
どうしても来いってうるさいんだもん。
腰はもういいんですか？
もうバッチリだよ。退院手続きも済んでるからさっさと連れてってくんな。うるさくて仕方ない。
は
退院おめでとうございます。
おや、じいじ出てくなかい？
おそのさん。はい。
参ったね。これじゃあ病院に来た時の小雪の遊び道具がなくなっちまう。
早く行こう、メルちゃん。小雪ちゃん、わしのひげをおもちゃだと思って会うたびに引っ張ってくるんじゃ。
はい、もしもし。
もしもし、森戸さん、赤井です。
ああ、花さん。
例のこと ことなんですけど、やっぱり情報つかめませんか？もう3ヶ月以上帰ってこないんです。彼がいないとうちのお助け事務所大切さ、全然仕事にならないんですよ。
あいつのことか。そうね。
ただいま戻りました。
So he is a patissier. I fucking said he was a patissier during fucking chorus round. You're like, nah, that's not true. We got some answers. We got a name. Not her name, the company name. Welcome home, everyone.
おお、懐かしき我が家。変わってないの。
変わってるよ。じいちゃんの頃に比べてクロウくんはこまめに掃除するから見栄えが綺麗になった。
Congratulations on your recovery.
わしのおらん間、ようここを支えてくれた。
Please, anyone would have done the same if they were in my shoes. But indeed, I suppose my work here is done.
あいつなら
確かに店はどこもこざっぱりと。なんじゃこの名刺？山田九郎。
ああ、クロウさんが持ってた名刺です。結局何の手がかりにもならなかったね。お客さんに知っている人がいないかと目にそれとなく入るよう壁に飾ってるんですが。クロウさん、誰かこれに反応したお客さんって。クロウさん、あれ？クロウくん、どこ？クロウさん、今の今までここにいたよね。
あいつは
The fuck is going on?
今
Wham. Whoa. What is it, girls? You just you just fucking left them? Wait.
普通にいた。びっくりした。
今もどこかの誰かを幸せにしようと。
Who is that someone? Which route is the canon route, huh? Is Chocolate's route the canon route? Considering we got the most we got the most least information of Crow out of all of them. What do you mean Corey's route?
人様の迷惑気にせず動き回ってるんじゃない？
She's the main girl. Just because she's the poster girl doesn't mean her route. Her route was fine. But Chocolate's route, she had baby. Just because Corey's route ended chronologically the furthest in the timeline doesn't mean that none of them that the other girls wouldn't have a child with him.
何？急にいなくなって。
Harem route? I thought you didn't want polyamory. Oh, I thought I heard a kitten up on the roof. So I went to see if Chocolate was stuck up there again.
降りられなくて怖かったです。
How many times has it been now?
ああ、いつもの。寒いです。
I'll bet. Come, let's get you warmed up. Have a seat, Chocolate.
はーい。もう、クロウくん、驚かせないでよ。急だったので、どこかへ行ってしまったかと思いました。
What? Why would I have done that? Folkroll is my home. I wouldn't have anywhere else to go.
それもそっか。
As long as you girls need me, I won't be going anywhere. Harem route.
はい。
Oh, right. Sorry, Chocolate. Here, let me get you a jacket. That should help you warm up a bit.
こっちも温かい飲み物を。お願いします。
ま、誰かの幸せのために100年くらい留守にするのも慣れてますけど。
Excuse me? What do you mean? Centuries?
困ったな。サンタさんがいないとうちは何もできないんですよ。
サンタクローズお助け事務所。しばらくは大変ね。
What the fuck is this? No!
もう、一言だと思って。
You are, Chocolate.
暖かいです。
なんじゃその派手派手なコートは。
クロウくんが初めて会った時着てた服だよ。すごいセンスだよね。
Bro, I'm Santa! What is this? What the fuck is this ending? Look, hi, is Mrs. Claus? No, she's one of the elves. Bro, I've been wearing this hat because I was relating it to the winter theme, not the fucking Santa theme. Fuck off. Actually,
どこかで見たことがあるような。
just take it easy by the fireplace for a bit, alright, Chocolate? Oh, Mary, Corey.
こんにちは。
お茶を頼む。
It seems we have a few customers. Would you girls mind?
いらっしゃいませ。ようこそ、フォルクロールへ。
I'm gonna crash out. They gave us an answer. The fuck was that answer? What do you mean that he's fucking Santa Claus, bro? Yeah, no, it was a trick question. None of the routes were canon because he's fucking immortal. If he got with any of the girls, he would have had to watch them die. Of course. You know what? No, it's fucking unironically. I need more answers. No, you don't. That's the answer you get. Crow is Santa. Santa was the main character of this visual novel the whole time. Epilogue to the epilogue. No, there's a reason why the ending of this epilogue has lyrics. Because it's copyrighted, and also because that was the official ending.
Sugar
Just Just...
おまけです。
Just... What the fuck? Just...
CG 鑑賞です。
Why? Why is this an option? Obviously we wouldn't see them.
立ち絵鑑賞です。
What is the difference between 1 and 5? Her eyes are shifted. I check? No, that's why I was... Why do you think I was looking through the clothes? I was wondering if they showed the naked sprite. But yeah, I guess Santa was the main character of this VN, which means that the wholesome what? It's so unfulfilling. What the fuck? Look, I understand it answers the coincidence of Crow on the roof falling, Crow showing up, Crow showing up on the fucking roof of Folkroll, but at around like a week after their grandpa is hospitalized, so that he was coincidentally able to help them out while their grandpa was hospitalized. But like, what the fuck is this? And there's branches? I thought the only apparently in this place there's multiple branches of Santa's workshops around the world. So he wasn't a patissier, which means so that does that mean he's just good at everything? What is this? He didn't know he didn't know how to bake before, but he was immediately able to pick up on how to do it, which means that he would have been able to do that or with anything. Does he always lose his fucking memories when he's trying to help someone out? There's still questions. There's still questions that need answered. Why doesn't Crow get his memories back? Whatever. You know what? Fuck this game. Actually, 6 out of 10. Ray's still cute. Fuck off. Her route wasn't canonical. Next stream game. Good question. Here's the thing, right? You've given me a few games now, which means I have more options. I have more options than Future Radio. The question is, what are the options? Well, Harakuru, Love Elections and Chocolate. Apparently, Angelic Chaos. That's an option. For some reason. No. Okay, so not Angelic Chaos. There isn't an all ages version. That's why I'm confused. I would want you to play Angelic Chaos. Yeah. Honestly. Actually, let me check something. Right? Angelic Chaos. Reboot. Videos. No videos. Clips. There are 2 clips. one of a Japanese streamer and one of a English streamer.
Nah. See, the trick is, I buy the ebook versions and from a bunch of different stores.
It specifies R18. That's why I'm confused.
They're selling money on pre-ordering and using code.
Also, I guess I found a new VN. I mean, a new VTuber to watch. She. Whoa, hang on a minute. She also played Higurashi? Nah. Kuma Goro suggests these streamers: Porcelain Maid, Vivi, Tenchi. Okay, yeah, I recognize those. I recognize them. Interesting. Lolly VTuber? No. Dark Elf VTuber. Hang on. Vampire VTuber? Her... Apparently there's a group called Just Idols. Which means that
and then also Death Stranding,
which means that everyone in this group
work, so I've been waiting for Death Stranding 2.
I don't know what am I trying to say? They're not all sponsored by Jazz. That's the thing.
I'm also really into.
Like Vivi's sponsored by Jazz. I need to look through these. Angelic Chaos reboot walkthrough.
Is this what you want?
Boner.
Excuse me?
It's being.
Yeah, Tana Tenchi isn't sponsored by Jast either. I don't think. There's nothing on her Twitch page about Jast. So, do you want to stream Angelic Chaos? That's the thing, though. How? You know? That's the thing! How is there a category when there is no all ages version? The can't fault you. They can't fault you, yeah. Ichigo Lemonade isn't sponsored by Jast. It's like only Vivi in this group, apparently.
Hey, it seems today.
Make sure to have a black screen keybind just in case. What other games can I stream? You know, that's probably where I should go first, right?
I just get Alma with Power Toad.
Oh, Yozora's live, apparently. Angelic Chaos, please. Bro. The category? That's why I'm so fucking confused. Why? How? How can I skip the H scenes? Is there a way for me to... See, here's the thing. I haven't downloaded Angelic Chaos, right? I've downloaded Happy Maya, and I've looked through the files, and I can't delete the the adult patch, right? Because when it comes to a lot of games that we've played through, the all ages version is just like a simple two files thing, right? So, first of all, how do I see my library of games on my account? Okay, there it is. Okay. It's 10 gigabytes. The zip file is 10 gigabytes. What the fuck? Whatever. There is a panic button in Angelic Chaos. So yeah. Yeah? What do you mean? Yeah. That is so funny. Angelic Chaos next. It's so risky though. It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? I could just play Harukuru. It's a game on Steam that has a category on Twitch and it's an all ages version. Why can't I just pick that one? Just put up the black screen every time it flashes. Angelic Chaos. Okay, you know what? Fine. Fucking whatever. I guess I'll be playing Angelic Chaos next. This is so fucked. But either way, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed me crashing out on Sugar Sweet Temptation. If you did, a follow would be appreciated. If you want to support me even further, you could always subscribe. But yeah, next time I'll be playing Angelic Chaos. Apparently, forget Future Radio. Now we've got more games from Dexter. But either way, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and I'll see you guys again next time. God fuck you, damn it. Bye bye.